So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's qualifier race number 2 in November. And for most of our riders, this is going to be the second chance to get their second ride in on the race club in November, ready for our finals where two verified rides, 2 rides on the Sunday Race Club are needed to be part of our team finals at the end of the month. For a select few, well, going in and racing today is going to be their opportunity to do their final tuning for the World Championships. And Emma, our riders heading into Alula onto the Adventure Loop.
Oh, they are indeed, and I do love this race course. 37.4 kilometres of racing today for the women, 516 metres of climbing. They come out of the start pen and through the rollers, 7 rollers there. Those saw-toothed edged climbs, not part of the climbing segments today. There are 3 sprint segments, 2 climb segments. The first of those sprints, the Alula Market Sprint, at the 6.9 kilometre marker. They then go into the Vessel Rock climb, another multi-stepped, multi-staged climb. Through the Face Rock Sprint on the top of the plateau. Then they climb further before they descend through the Alula Desert Sprint, over a couple more rollers before they hit that second categorised climb of the day with that checkpoint at the top. Then, well, it's a 500-metre run to the checkered line.
So 3 sprints, 2 climbs, lots of roller coaster bumps on the way through. The same race route for all of our women's competitors in all 6 race categories. The first riders away will be the Category 6 riders. The last riders away, the Category 1 riders, which includes our elite race field. All the riders on the same race route, all facing that same 37.4 kilometre race route with 516 metres of ascent, with those checkpoints along the way earning prizes, as well as, of course, the overall sprint and the overall climb competitions. Category 6, the first riders, as I said, to head out on to race route. They're the first riders up and away. In qualifier race number 1, we had our teams racing in the FCC, so the Fem Cycle Collab Cadence crew of Anta Denise, Manon Holtman and Melissa Scriven would have taken the team win. Well, they did take the team win. There's just no prize until we get into our final. So already in winning ways for the FCC Cadence crew in Category 6. For a team competition, it is 3 riders to qualify, the fastest 3 riders' times added together, and that gives you the team time. And the team of the FCC Cadence crew racing in qualifier race number 1, their team time 3 hours 59 minutes 41 seconds. So it shows you the time 1 hour 14 minutes of racing for Aunt Denise. We'll see what she can do along with the rest of the teams and the rest of the riders. Category 6 up and away here in Alula for qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Emma, Category 6, our standard race category. They're absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, they are. 35 riders on the start sheet today. It's a big race field, actually, in Category 6. And Jacqueline Kirchner on the front at the moment, dialing it out the start pen. It's a really big drive, actually. And Pence comes up and over the top, the Brazilian rider, really wanting to get this race underway. Now, last week, we were on Wollongong City and Rosura Haglin took the win. Antidon Nice came through in second. Liz Smithson took 3rd place. Jaskalainen, Almeida, Limbaga, Lloyd, Holtman, Solizano and Hadjuk rounded out the top 10.
Our sprint overall winner was Liz Smithson from Jacqueline Almeida, and Queen of the Mountain, I think, was Rosura Haglin. So the riders at the very top of the race field were the ones really, really taking away the big points.
They were indeed. And Nikki Lloyd, of course, was racing from her Holly Bobs.
Indeed, she was on holiday, wasn't she?
Yes, in
Holly
Brazil.
Bobs.
In Brazil, visiting some of the other Sunday Race Club races.
Indeed, which is brilliant.
It was brilliant.
Yeah, it was really good to see. And thank you, everybody who gets in touch with either Emma, and that's at biking_Emma, as you saw at the start of the show, or with myself at Matt Fixapain on Instagram. Now, we see a number of riders, sometimes 1 or 2 in the pain case. This is not just 1 or 2 riders in the pain case. This is all 5 today. And I think, is that not Nikki Lloyd
Nikki Lloyd's in the middle. There she is. They've got a bigger crew this week than they had last week. There were 3 of them in that pain cave last week. I'm not sure they could pack anybody else in there. It's tight like sardines.
Indeed, bom dias, everybody in Brazil. Fantastic to see everybody in there racing together.
Oh, I love it.
And it's across the categories. So some riders already raced, some riders just getting up into the swing things. So we're just in with Jacqueline Kirchner at the moment, one of our riders who's going to be very active. Second from the right there on the screens, if I'm not much mistaken. And that's the avatar that we're seeing. So you can see that Jacqueline at the moment down on the bars, not sat there looking at the phone or on social media or Snapchatting somebody. They're very focused on the racing as these riders make their way through that 1.3 kilometre marker. And great to see so many people getting together for the Sunday Race Club. So whilst it is in your own pain cave, it can also be with friends.
I know.
Brilliant.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know,
however you like it.
esports riders coming together around the world in person as well as on the screen. What more do you want?
Ice cream.
Oh,
Always.
well, there we go. Well, at the 1.6 kilometre marker, the pack are rolling and rolling strongly. Camilla Belle on the front. Adriana Barco is there. Sarah-Jane Vus is in the mix as well. The pack have settled now, and you can see that. Matt, I think we could do a quick run around the screen, couldn't we? So at the top right-hand corner, you've got that picture, the overlaid sort of satellite navigation picture of the course, along with the profile. And you can see these riders. The yellow vertical line is the pack, and they are running into those 7 saw-toothed edged rollers, and they really are rollers. You need to get your momentum right. The zones underneath give you the indication of how hard the rider we are in with at the moment is riding. Amy Sudebayo on our screen at the moment. She's currently zone 4, so she's pushing on up that first short rise.
And you can just see it going to red there as we saw Amy out the saddle, kicks down on those pedals, it goes into the red, sits back down again. You can see it dropping back down again. So the amount of effort that's going in is reflected in terms of the zones that the rider we are following. The in-person rider producing the power that goes through the turbo trainer, through the power measurement systems on the bike, and then that's translated to the power that goes in the rider's weight and height, then calculating the speed through the various parts of the program, and that's what gives us the rider's speed or their avatar speed on the race route. We're going to dive in now into our next race category. So first step up from category 6 going into category 5. Category 5, lots of great riders running for teams. Good to see the Aero Nova team in racing in category 5. Also got to say, brilliant to see Cycling District squad being here. The Cycling District 5 team, Serrera, Pinto, Santos and Haglin, the riders who are here. And I think Haglin then making her way up into category 5. So good to see that progression. FCC also represented in here. And I think we're in with Anna Hull at the moment as we get ready to go here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. First step up from category 6 is category 5. It's time to go racing.
It is indeed, and we're in with Anna Hull at the moment. And anybody recognising that name? Yes, indeed. The fabulous live coach on MyWhoosh here on the Sunday Race Club in Category 5. She's on the start line. She's now out of the pen with the pack in Category 5 and rolling strongly. Marshall, Sonnerson, Hermansen, all in the mix here. Now, Hannah Goodall took the win last week from Anne-Marie Guiney. Natalia Idzik came through for 3rd spot. Laura Vaniampa took 4th. Seba Al-Ray took 5th. Erhek, Giuliano, Lazared, Holweiler and Bago rounded out the top 10. In fact, Katie Bago in 10th place set new 5-minute and 1-minute PBs on that course last week. Great racing.
And we are having a bit of a Brazilian theme with many of our riders we're featuring today because we're in with Shanna Martinuski at the moment, just in here in category 5. So good to see Shanna in and racing. You can see at the moment just dark outside, I think, through the windows in the background, but very focused on that screen, making sure that she gets the right amount of power to keep it nicely tucked into that pack at the moment in the draft. And you can see that top center of the screen, the watts, the power that's being produced. The numbers are in green. Green is good. That means that you're hiding and not pushing through the wind on the front of the group. If it goes to grey, well, grey means, or the dark black, it basically means that you are pushing into the wind. So it's really hard, that much harder. The faster you go, the more draft effect there is. anyone who's ridden behind somebody else whilst going at any kind of speed is going to know that, because that's where you're hiding. If you've ever been riding along and put your arm out, you'll know that the breeze goes against it. Well, that's the biggest factor when you're riding, particularly at the standard gradients. At the moment, the pack just dropping one of our riders here as we take a look in with Brooke Samuel, Pamela Mongelli, and Natalia Idzik. Hi, everybody. I'm not going to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, because you know what? They're all over the place. So great to see Pamela Mongelli getting the most value for money out of the Halloween decorations as well, even though we're now heading on the way through. Although I do notice they have diminished somewhat. And Pamela Mongelli with a good race last week. She'll be looking to improve on that. And tell you, it was absolutely sprinting like a demon, but then right up there in the overall as well in that battle for the finish. I mean, it was a great race finish, wasn't it?
It was, and this course could go well for Natalia Idzik. It is that type of punchy course. The climbs, particularly until you get to that final climb, it's just that final climb that's got the constant gradient just shy of 5% today.
And Brooke Samuel, as always, riding Sunday Race Club. I mean, the dedication of our riders, because for some riders it is middle of the day, it's a nice, good race time, whatever suits them. Some riders, it's night time.
Well, I was going to say, Brooke Samuel, it's evening.
Yeah, and they've done a whole day of whether that's at work or whether that is recreation or whether that's just resting your legs waiting for Sunday Race Club. You've got that whole day to go until you start to race in the evening. Some people don't race well at night.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? If you asked every single rider on the Sunday Race Club what would be the best time for Sunday Race Club, you would get, in this women's race today, 200 different answers.
You would, and 200 is a very key number because Hannah Hermansen is one of
200 today.
So congratulations, everybody, on our start list. Good morning, Hannah, because I'm presuming, it's a very big presumption, that you are in Sweden at the moment, away from Hannah. I always love the fact that our riders, we do wave back in the studio, I promise, first of all. If you are waving, it is not fruitless, not points. We are giving you a wave back as well. And for me, I think one of the key things, the riders actually, that look behind that avatar, every one of these avatars, they're a real person, whether it's category 6, category 5, or category 4.
Yes, Hannah Hermansen, Lisa Hermansen's sister-in-law.
Indeed.
Convinced to race the Sunday Race Club and MyWhoosh at dinner one night.
But dinners can be a dangerous place, as I discovered last night. Anyway, let's not talk about all the sweet stuff on the table. Let's talk about the amazing race teams that we have. Now, the Fem Cycle Collab team who are here. We have the FCC and the Fem Cycle Collab squads. In fact, last week, both those squads were absolutely flying. With the FCC team, the better of the two Fem Cycle Collab teams. So FCC being the team of Vodchikova, along with Whitler and Vinerhardt. They were the riders who took the top team prize from the FemCycle Collab team. Both actually FemCycle Club, but just a great way to distinguish between the two. Time to go racing in category 4. Away go the riders. The team time for the category 4 riders, we've seen it come down from category 6, where it was nearly 4 hours, down to 3 hours 14 minutes for the winning time in category 4. And it gives you an indication. That's 3 riders' times added together, of course, of the progression as we move up through the race categories, the increase in speed, the reduction in race time.
Yes. Well, category 4 are rolling out of the pen now. 33 riders on the start sheets. Last week in Wollongong, Diana Corrales took the win. Karen De Pavia, we saw her absolutely bury herself to go up against Corrales for that race. And absolutely, can I just tell you, her heart rate and the data and stats you can find on these riders on MyWhoosh info. But she hit her highest heart rate ever in that effort. It really was a phenomenal effort going in. We're going to drop back in with category 6 at the moment because Almeida and Suribio are part and parcel of the front of this pack. They're just coming up to the top of that first set of climbs. And the reason we're in with them, because you run down off the other side and straight into the first sprint checkpoint. You can just about make it out on the top right-hand corner. That green banner is going to come into sight very shortly for these riders. Suribio, Bremner, Holtman, Lloyd, Demnice, Hadjuk, Almeida, all going in. Who is going to pick up the points at the checkpoint? Who is going to take away the green skin suit?
who is indeed going to take away the green skids. So now is the time to score those first points. The points are 5-1 for first to fifth places, respectively, as they come down. Getting your timing right for this sprint, I think, is always really tricky because we've got this little bit of a chicane on the run in. You go slightly to the left, then drift round to the right here, and it does restrict the view of the archway coming up. And you've got to be aware at 6.9. It's just round the corner, and getting that sprint right is key. Liz Smithson has gone early. She's seen the banner, and she's kicked down hard. Smithson, who was flying last week, taking the sprint wins, really, really looking good.
Yeah, she was indeed. Amy Sudabayo, you saw her on your screen there, get up and out the saddle and put in a really big dig trying to chase Smithson, but Smithson now in green.
So Smithson in green with 5 points. Sudabayo taking 4 points in that sprint. Category 4, we're back in with, though, very quickly. Category 4, a really strong race field.
Yeah, so Corrales versus DePavia, we saw that play out last week. Suzanne Stenman took third place, again, really close behind. Highball, Kong rounded out the top 5. Takanas, Pentonen, Schultz, Vochikova, and Johnson, the top 10. Just 15 seconds separating the top 11 riders last week. It was a really, really great race in Category 4 in Australia.
And Diana Corrales, who took the sprint win overall, moving up from Category 4 to Category 3, well deserved for that. The Queen of the Mountains winner was DePavia, who we saw in that sprint.
Going up as well.
In the finish. Congratulations again. This progression of riders really, really impressive time and time again. We're seeing these riders putting in some best times. And it is one of the things the riders say that when they are racing on the Sunday Race Club, it's the way to be as fit and as fast as you can ever be. And we've seen that time and time again. Now, 3 of our regular riders on screen. Germain Prado, Gina De Grazia and Alexandra Knowles on screen at the moment. A change of pictures for Alexandra Knowles in the studio. Germain Prado and Gina De Grazia, I'm sure it'll be business as usual because they are definitely some of our riders to watch along with Alexandra Knowles in Category 4. 3 real protagonists. You've got a multi all-round rider, Prado. You've got De Grazia, who's really improved, racing on good form at the moment, in person on some of the circuit racing at the moment, as well as Knowles, who at the moment I think is on some of the best form we've seen on Sunday Race Club for her. She's
been doing absolutely brilliantly and really racing strong.
So let's dive across onto our next race category, flying through them as always here on the Sunday Race Club from Category 6 right the way up to Category 3. Now, the teams in Category 3. In terms of team numbers today, Caroline Manfron, Flavia Lopez and Liliana Silva of Cycling District, the Portuguese squad, joined by Manfron from Brazil. Also, Riot 3 team, the Riot squad, absolutely brilliant. Bullawa, Lytton, McKay, Real and Brooke, a real force to be reckoned with, and they could indeed run riot across the Category 3 race field and really set the tempo. Lots of great riders riding individually as well, riders moving up as well. Let's see how the riders get on. Category 3, take to a race start. 5 minutes between Category 6 and 5. 5 minutes between 5 and 4, 5 minutes between Category 4 and Category 3, and then we're going to have a 10-minute wait after Category 3 set off now to a Category 2, so a little bit of time in between. Now, riders up and away in Category 3, Emma. Category 3 is always competitive. It's becoming more and more a case that the gaps are coming down. Well, we see week on week, I think, some real strength in depth coming in.
Oh, I agree completely. 38 riders on the start sheet today in Category 3. It's our largest race field, and it is packed full of talent. Melaine Proust took the win last week. She's gone up to Category 2. But let me just tell you, Anna Embring, Eva Essler, Jen Reel, Brittany Lytton, Valentina Desenia, Manuela Vasquez, Sabrina Horner, the top 8 riders, just 2 seconds separated those 8 women last week. And Brittany Lytton putting out 5-minute and 1-minute bests to be in that bunch.
So we're going to dive back to one of our earlier race categories, Category 5, coming into this sprint segment. A number of riders distanced off the back at the moment. Brooks and Johan Hermansson, Palmer Margelli and Natalia Izik on your screen. Izik absolutely giving this super power up the front here. You can see Izik launched really early in person. She got that power down. It's been rewarded with the green jersey. She takes the first sprint points here of the day. You can see Martinowski continuing to go through over the top there, then backing off Dobbins, Hermansson, Warren Last, all up in the mix. Have you got the results of the sprint there?
Yeah, I do indeed. Natalia Izik picks up 5 points in that sprint. Felicia Lazared picks up 4. Shannon Martinuska picks up 3. Joanna Warren picks up 2. Wow. And Candice Dobbins, the rider from the USA, picks up 1 point. It was close. It's a big group, I tell you, of Category 5 riders. So 20 riders in Category 5 after those first set of climbs going through that sprint checkpoint together.
And those first climbs, not a climb checkpoint today. They have been in the past in previous incarnations and on different race routes. There's so many different race routes. It's one of the key things about the Sunday Race Club. The routes are always changing, varying, lots of different places to arrive for the riders, lots of different challenges. And of course, that suits different riders in the race field as well, week on week. Now, Lorena Beltran, one of our regular riders who figures up at the front of the racing, and definitely a rider to watch out for. Great to see Lorena on our screens in person. And as you can see at the moment, I love the fact that this is a mix of domestic work that's doing things that I have absolutely no skills at. That is ironing, because that is an ironing board.
I know, it's
that's
brilliant.
been used as a table. And this, I think, Lorena Beltran should have a special prize just for the improvisation.
Please tell me this is a winning photo for extreme ironing.
Did you know what it is, isn't it? It would indeed. There is such a thing as extreme ironing. If you are not old enough to remember that craze, that's today. I guess it would go viral. I'm not sure viral was a thing when it happened, but internet, extreme ironing, it definitely would be up there, wouldn't it? Sunday Race Club, extreme ironing. Indeed. Just utterly random day.
Brilliant. I love it.
We've started the randomness early today because it is, of course, the last Sunday Race Club before the World Championships, which will be coming your way on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel, on the Twitch TV as well on Saturday. The team working hard behind the scenes to make that happen. I'm sure a lot of our others will be watching that along the way. Brittany Litton, on our screens at the moment, you can see dark outside the garage door, up and over the in the background, and dark outside at the moment. Brittany Litton I was so impressed by her riding over the last, I would say, probably 3-4 weeks. She really seems to have found another gear.
Last week was just such a race from Brittany Litton. She went out with determination. She absolutely nailed the climbs, taking the Queen of the Mountains competition, and then she drove into that finish with that group. She set 5-minute and 1-minute PBs, and she was on fire. Proust, Embring, Esler and Reel came over the top at the end, and she just couldn't hold it. It was one amazing race.
If you've ever watched racing and there's a lone leader coming in and you're almost willing them to make it, whilst at the same time so aware that the bunch is coming at speed, it has the advantage of that extra draft. They've not put that earlier work in because they've left it to the last minute. It was an absolute classic nail-biting finish as you're coming to the finish. Thank you very much to our riders, because it really was entertaining. I love great racing. I said that on a cyclocross podcast. I love watching great racing on the Crosscast podcast that we recorded earlier in the week for the latest episode of that's out on Spotify and YouTube and wherever else. It was great racing, and that for me amplified great racing. And it was great to see that they were really interested in what was happening in the World Champs as well in cycling esports. Very different part of cycling.
Well, Category 4 coming into that first sprint checkpoint. They're 400 metres out at the moment, and we've got German Prado, Gina De Grazia, Rebecca Johnson and Camilla Salgado on our screens at the moment. And, well, it's looking to me as though we're going to see some movement, because Rebecca Johnson is already up and out the saddle. She's pushing on fast at the moment. And the pack is now rolling. The pack is rolling strongly. Salgado is there. Taylor is there. Montoya's at 13 watts per kilo. What a push, but she's not at the front. Lam Kong, I think, may well have taken that. Whoa, yes, indeed, she has.
And a very different sprint from the category 4 riders on the way through, going through there. I think Lam Kong taking away the win there, Emma.
She did indeed. So Lam Kong picks up 5 points and will be in that green skin suit. Look at that. She is indeed. Angelina Roja in second, Catherine Montoya in third, Miriam Taylor in fourth, and Anna Frias in fifth. Those are the riders picking up those points.
And those sprint points are added together throughout the duration of the 3 sprints, and that's what gives us our sprint total overall. Now, just taking a little bit of a look at Julia Montgomery's avatar at the moment, because Julia Montgomery at the front here of the Category 3 race with Claudia Hyde just going over the top. It's interesting for me to see just how hard these riders are working, coming up over the top of the roller coaster into zone 6 here for the Pavia. You know, these are absolutely class riders, and they are having to work at coming over the top. And that's just driven by the pack, isn't it? It's the pace that everybody's riding. And good to see. Congratulations to Karen de Pavia, because she's made the Category 3 race, and now has the baptism of our first race. When you move up a category, it's always tough, whatever it is. And of course, Sunday Race Club, you know, all these are real performances, so you know you're going to be up against some really class athletes.
Yeah, but she's a class athlete as well,
yes.
And you know, she's going to be giving it her absolute all today in that pack. And you know, I think she'll revel is the word I was looking for in the competition.
That's revel as in the experience, not the chocolate sweet.
Yes, though I don't object to a packet of Revels.
Do you not?
Yeah, and I even like the orange ones.
Did I notice that there had been a secret stash put into the Full Speed Events offices
no,
in the studio?
I haven't had Revels for a very, very long time, years. Kim Benilla on your screen at the moment. She's part and parcel of that Category 3 pack as well. She's pushing on. They've got the final 2 short, sharp climbs to go in this roller section. And then they've got the descent into the sprint. Watch Kim Benilla. She could be one of those riders and racers coming into that section, because we know she has got a real kick on her.
She has, but the other thing I always think with Kim Benilla and a number of our riders, they're one of the sets of riders who are balancing racing on cycling esports along with racing in person.
Yeah, out on the road.
Maybe on the road in Kim Benilla's case, or mountain bike or cyclocross, or whatever the racing, you know, BMX racing. There's lots of different riders from different disciplines who also race cycling esports, probably more than any other discipline. Riders race cycling esports plus one other, which, because it's accessible to everybody, and that's really, really good to see that crossover. Now let's go up another category as we move up to Category 2. Our Category 2 riders, well, our teams on your screens at the moment, and Category 2 teams here. The FCC squad and Riot squad featuring very strongly here, with Shanks, Larson, Denton, and Susnik for the FemCycle Collab squad up there. The Riot squad represented by Nyquist, Hebersmith, and Race, all riders who could figure right at the top of the standings. We saw a real mix of riders in the racing at the front of the racing last time out on qualifier number 1, and maybe some riders who we expected to figure, not figuring, some riders that maybe were a little bit of a surprise up there as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens today. Interesting to see that we don't have Dorothy Gonzalez-Ruhr on our start sheets this week. We're going to see if she's made the start since my printer was blowing steam out of its ears, getting everything printed on time.
We're just dropping back in very, very quickly with the Category 3 pack, because they're coming into that sprint checkpoint very, very fast, and they have dropped nobody through that climb rollers. So De Pavia, Benilla, Lytton, and Hadlock on your screens at the moment, and Horner. Claudia Hyde on the front at the moment, but Briggs is coming, so is Embring. Embring's kicking at 10 watts per kilo. Anna Embring, I think, is going to go up and over the top and take that, but did she? Yes, she did. Oh, no, she didn't. Look at that.
Yes, time.
It was so close, I'll tell you. Claudia Hyde picks up the 5 points from Sabrina Horner. From Karen de Pavia, Anna Embring takes 4th place, and Larissa Heiborg takes 5th. That was so close, half a second separating the top 5 riders.
I'm just taking a look at the top 10 there. I think the top 10 are all within a second.
Yep, it was
super, super quick and super competitive.
Yeah.
So category 2, the riders on our screen at the moment, just dropping in with Lee-Sophie Ramett. In terms of our riders in category 2, Emma.
Yes.
Lee-Sophie Ramett came in with a bang. She blew everybody apart. She's shown just how strong she is, racing really, really well. Had a little bit of time to readjust, I think, and then coming back strong again. And we see that with riders coming back in again. And there's, because of what they're doing in other parts of the sport, because other parts of life, I think Lee-Sophie Ramett, I mean, she's an all-round rider now, and I think this is a course that could suit her today.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. She's ridden the Sunday Race Club 27 times.
Yes.
She's a really strong rider. She's a really strong racer. She's started out in Cat 3. She's progressed to Category 2, and she's riding really strong. One of the other riders in Category 2 today, Rianne Denton, she's not in her own pain cave.
No, she isn't.
She is away on team camp and having a great time out with Ashley Mormon-Passio. She's actually in Ashley's pain cave. Fancy being in the pain cave of the very first cycling esports world champion.
I know, and that is going to be some real inspiration, isn't it? I mean, to get that experience, to have that, and then to be in that same pain cave. This is
you
where
you just need to take the vibes, don't you? Just take the vibes, Brianne. Take the vibes.
Utilize it. Go fast. Don't get distracted by the crowd there. Use that enthusiasm, but no distraction, because we know that you're here to.
I think
to
later on
win.
She's going to be having some great support in there. I mean, she's got great support at the moment, but I think we could see more support in that pain cave later.
I do think like a crowd of people behind pom poms, just big banners, trumpets, vuvuzelas, whatever, some real, maybe just clattering on a pan with a spoon. That's not distracting, honest much.
Well, she's in the mix at the they're coming up for the 2 kilometre marker and they're coming into those rollers. Roach, Snyder, Engstrom all in there. Last week, Emily Sopers took the win in Category 2. She has progressed to Category 1. Great racing from Sopers last week. Susnik took second. Vittori, Vellner, Gorea, Bassoni, who's on our screens at the moment, took 6th place last week. Just 1 second separated those top 6 riders. In fact, Rachel Brown then came through in 7th, just 1 second further back. So Bassoni, a rider really on form at the moment. And I think the climb at the end of this course could really suit her today.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. Good to see Roberto Bassoni with us. Buongiorno to Roberto. We actually have a guest at the Full Speed Event Studios at the moment from Sicily in Italy, come to visit us. So great to have a nice Italian connection on screen today. We'll see whether Roberto Bassoni can make it an Italian win in Category 2 at the top of that climb. It wouldn't surprise me. Let's move across, though, to our final race category. Last but most definitely not least, although they should be the fastest across our race route, is the Category 1 riders. Now, last week, our teams in Category 1 are very much teams that are fixed. Ablock International taking a team win last week from Sweat Sensations and the Breakaways. They were the top 3 teams on last week's race route. McCarthy, Kuczynski and Soderstrom for Ablock International. Bruni, Aguera for Sweat Sensations, and the Breakaways was Alba, Gallegos and Van Heuling, who scored their team times. Can they repeat that feat as a team? Are we going to see our same individual winner? And we need to bear in mind that because this is the very last start in the women's competition on the Sunday Race Club before we go to the World Championships on Saturday that you can watch here on MyWhoosh, there's a large proportion of this race field who will be making the trip to Abu Dhabi this week if they haven't already, and will be racing in those World Championship finals in person on stage on Saturday. You can see if Kate McCarthy will defend those rainbow bands on the jersey behind her when she gets there. It will be very, very interesting to see. Good to see the gang in the background as well, just keeping an eye, changing the lighting and highlighting that World Champs jersey, quite rightly so.
Do you know, and I really hope Kate McCarthy enjoys her final Sunday Race Club as the 2024 Cycling Esports World Champion, and expect her to give it absolutely everything, both today and next Saturday.
And I have to say, and I'm going to say this now, thank you very much to Kate McCarthy for racing and riding and representing that rainbow band jersey. Some disciplines are unlucky enough that their world champion comes in, they win the rainbow bands, and then you never see them again.
That's because they move up an age category sometimes.
They move up an age category. It could be that they come in from a different discipline. Kate McCarthy has come and ridden the Sunday Race Club as world champion all the way through her tenure of her very first world championship title in cycling esports.
It's been brilliant to watch.
Been brilliant to watch. So thank you very much for representing that rainbow jersey that's awarded across all of the 11 cycling disciplines. I'm lucky enough to put words to the action to world championships at 9 of those 11 cycling disciplines. For the UCI, and I have to say, we don't always get champions that are of the caliber of Kate McCarthy. And I've got to say, no, we don't. We don't. We get riders who come in and who don't represent their discipline or cycling in such a good way as Kate McCarthy does. They do it in their own way, but they're not. I have to say, I have admired watching Kate McCarthy in that rainbow jersey or having it on the wall. Very proud winner of that, and that I think is really, really, really good.
Well, can I also say this is one rider, Jennifer Gothlander, who I really enjoyed watching race last week, coming up into Category 1, taking it by the scruff of the neck and really giving it a go. She's a phenomenal sprinter, and expect to see her come through these rollers and into that first sprint checkpoint today with the Category 1 race. Carolina Lennonen is there with her right towards the fore of the race. Tomasi is there as well. Francesca Tomasi is another rider who is getting stronger and stronger and really taking the Sunday Race Club by the scruff of the neck. I think, well, she could be one to watch in the World Championships. I said that in a hushed voice.
You did indeed say that in a hushed voice. Okay, so let's get that out there now. We are not going to make any predictions as to who is going to be, what our top 3 would be or our top 5 would be on the show today. We are going to probably tell you a little bit about what you can expect coming up on Friday, because it's a very Saturday. Sorry, it's going to be a busy day. On Friday, we're busy on Friday.
It's going to be a busy day.
Yeah, and we're going to be doing some rehearsals or two, and lots of final tech checks as well. Saturday is a busy day. Now, there is a lot of racing in that World Championships, and we'll go through that in a bit. Let's just focus on last week's race on the Sunday Race Club in Category 1. Talked about the team results with Adblock International Stations and the breakaways. It's not just about the teams. Some of our individual riders really excelling.
Yeah, Carolina Colquitt's on your screen at the moment. You talked about riders doing multiple disciplines. Carolina Colquitt is a tandem pilot for a para duo and led the category road race for a significant portion of time at the World Champs this year. They put in a storming performance. It was absolutely brilliant to watch. I also love watching her race on the Sunday Race Club. She really, really is a gutsy racer, and it's fabulous to see. Now, McCarthy took the win last week. Bruni came through for second place alongside Guerra. Those two in a real battle. Kulczynski, Soderstrom, Tomasi, Fua, Ulberg, Mayer and Gallegos rounded out the top 10. And, well, today I think is going to be a slightly different race. It's a different type of course. On and off the power a lot more. But for me, the place to watch this Category 1 race, I think it's the Vessel Rock that's going to be the decider today. Don't wait till the end to tune in.
Okay, that's an interesting statement. Now, 5 of our key riders on your screen here. So we've got Christine Schneider from Germany, Emily Nyquist from the United States of America, Heather Shanks from Great Britain, UK, or Scotland. Take your pick, which one of those you want to pick. Rhiannon Denton is here as well, currently from Ashley Millman-Passio's Pain Cave, out on Team Camp, the Recoba Collective squad down there, and great to see them in action. Sarah London from Sweden as well, all coming into our sprint. So keep your eyes open on this sprint. You can start to see the riders getting out of the saddle, starting to wind up the pace. The banner is in sight. This is about the kick for the line. Watch the riders. Look at Schneider now, absolutely stamping on those pedals. Nyquist wanting to stay in contention here. Denton goes through as well. The results, though.
Oh, well, it was Elsa Haag who took the 5 points. Actually, she didn't, because Jenny Eck came over the top right.
As fast as we go.
Oh, I tell you something, the computer is catching up today with these riders. They are so fast through this first sprint. Jenny Eck picks up the 5 points. She is in the green skin suit. Elsa Haag picks up 4. Charlotte Lucas takes away 3 points. Gabby Nordin picking up 2, and Serena Vittori picking out 1. Now, the interesting thing is the first sprint checkpoint of 3 is before the first main climb. The second one and the third one are after the Vessel Rock climb. So it could well be that some of those riders who have strategically picked up some of the minor points are in for the long game.
That's an interesting thought. In for the long game rather than necessarily in for those individual points. Now, we saw Liz Van Heulen sprinting really well, as usual. We expect this to be a great sprint, we know that. But she's also a great all-round rider. And I think sometimes it overshadows, so a sprint ability overshadows her all-round racing ability. You don't get to be in Category 1 if you're not good at everything. It's just whether you are world's best at any particular thing to see whether you're right up there. So Liz Van Heulen out of the saddle on the rollers here. This used to be one of our race finishes on some of our other race routes at the moment. This is about keeping in with the pack. You can see at the moment that pace being set on the front, just keeping that bunch on its toes. 1 or 2 riders at the back starting to be distanced. The bunch goes from being a big ball right the way down. Instead of being circular on the road, it goes and it thins out. It goes into a longer line. It lines its way out, and that is when you're starting to see that pace injection going up the climb. Going down, you'll see a regrouping, a reforming, and then another push as we start to see Mina Koivunen work her way up to the front at the moment, goes into that super tuck position, 0 watts per kilo, but still holding in there. Little micro rest on the way down. We can see Mina on our screens at the moment, just stopping pedaling, just holding, resting, recovering, dropping the heart rate slightly. Very tactical there. Sprints to the front, super tuck aero rest, then away and kick in again.
And you know what? Her heart rate dropped significantly through that micro rest. And, you know, she probably just dropped 7-8 beats. So really, really part and parcel of the tactical arsenal, being able to utilise the super tuck and knowing exactly when to use it, how to use it, and how to get the best from it.
So a really good example, I think, of this, just one of the skills that riders need to display when they are racing at the World Championships, which is coming up. And Mina Koivunen, I mean, what a story. The rider who she made the finals, but couldn't then go to the finals because of a new addition to the family and doctor's orders preventing her going, and then coming back to the top of cycling esports again.
Oh, no, it's absolutely brilliant. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what she does at the World Championships on Saturday. For me, I tell you something, she's got to be one happy rider when she steps out on that stage.
It's such a story. It's, you know, such a journey for her and the family as well. And she's an absolute world-class rider. And it's great to see her back at the top and having the opportunity to be able to race and show us exactly how good she is on the world stage.
And you know what?
Literally on stage.
One of the things, just before we come into this sprint section, one of the things for me that cycling esports does that other disciplines can't is Mina Koivunen. You know, if you were up and out on the road, getting back, getting fit, getting able to re-qualify for the World Championships, and from you know, that 12-month time frame, you know, when it's such a short time frame to turn back round and come back and be able to come back with a young family. But cycling esports allows you to do that because you're racing from your own home and you can bring that support network in and facilitate it. And you just couldn't do that, let's say, for example, if you were mountain bike racing. So for me, it's just a brilliant story, and it just shows you what cycling esports can facilitate for elite athletes.
Yeah, definitely. It's logistically less challenging.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'll tell you something, at the moment, Miros is sprinting towards this green banner. There's no hiding here. And we've got McCarthy, Tomasi, Gothlander and Kolkowitz on your screen at the moment. But it's Camilla Miros who's gone through, I think, ahead of Gothlander. She is going to pick up that green skin suit. So Miros takes 5 points. Gothlander takes 4. Svardström takes 3. Lennon takes 2. And Kiddle, Bridget Kiddle, picks up the final point today.
And for a long time, Anna Svarsson really had it all her own way, but Camilla Moroz has gone in with Gottlanda and really challenging now at the top. You can see the times of our riders going in through the checkpoint, the Alula Market Sprint, the first of our 3 checkpoints today. The first one coming just after those rollers, the second one after the first of our major climbs. We then descend off that plateau eventually to the 3rd checkpoint. All of those riders picking up prizes as well, because each checkpoint in each race category has a prize attached to it as well as the overall as when in the sprint and in the Queen of the Mountains competition. The sprint winner was Moroz last week. She took away those the top scores. She took 10 points ahead actually of Kate McCarthy, Camilla Alberg and Tomasi and Guerra in terms of the sprint wins. In terms of the Queen of the Mountains, it was Kate McCarthy who took that from Guerra, from Tomasi. So it's not necessarily just the sprinters who contest those sprints, because it is first through the checkpoint.
Yes, it is. But now take a look. And what was really interesting to see is, just as you were chatting there, Matt,
Yep.
Miro's right at the back of the pack, recovering. And, the pace now really come off that group.
So let's go from category 1 to category 4, who are a lot further up this race route, quite literally up the race route, because at 18.2k, there are 200 metres to our race finish at the moment. Camilla Pamplona, along with Marion Whitler, are the 2 category 4 riders leading. This has got 5-second gap to Stem and 6 to Kong, 7 to Elos de Grazia, and the rest of this race bunch. The first points up for grabs, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 at both of our climb checkpoints today. And at the moment, this is going to come down to that final sprint for the line. Pamplona went earlier. I think she's going to hold on to take that from Wittler. We're just going to get the climb in through. So it is Pamplona from Wittler at the moment. Those are your 1, 2, followed by De Grazia in 3, Elos in 4, and Lam Kong in 5, taking 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively for Pamplona, Whitler, De Grazia, Elos, and Stemmen, in fact, because it's just updated. So now they're your top 5 riders going over in category 4. Do we want to run through categories 5 and 6?
We can do indeed. So category 5, Natalia Idzik took the 5 points. I said this course would suit her. And then we saw Natalia. It's Natalia today. So Natalia Idzik takes 1. Natalia Andalou takes 2. Palma Mongeli took 3. Felicia Lazarod took 4th. And Lara Vanenpart took 5th. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively.
And then category 6, who were the first riders to go over the top of that climb?
It was Amy Sudabayo who picked up the 5 points. You can see her on the right-hand side of your screen. There you go. She's in the polka dots. And Bridget Bremner came through in 2nd. Katja Jaskalainen in 3rd. Monica Hadjuk in 4th. And Liz Smithson in 5th. Nikki Lloyd was right on her heels. You can see at the moment it is Sudabayo. It's 8 seconds clear at the moment. Well, she's 4 seconds clear now of Bridget Bremner, because Bridget Bremner is up and out the saddle and really pushing on.
And it was the gap of Sudabayo as they went over the top of the climb and into the descent on the plateau. So if you remember that course profile, right in the middle of this race route is a big plateau. We climbed up onto the plateau. That gave us our climb checkpoint, dropping down off and through the sprint checkpoint. And then we go back up over the top before we drop down into the run for the finish. Just in with Bridget Bremner at the moment. And great racing by Bremner, Hadjuk, Denise Smithson, Lloyd and Sudabayo. Those are the riders that are on your screens. There's 1 or 2 other riders just joining them from the back here. Holtman Almeida in that pack as well. 9 riders at the front of the race containing Bridget Bremner. And you can just see Bremner tapping along a really nice rhythm there.
Yeah, she is indeed. And she's keeping an eye on what's going on the pack. They are indeed coming off of the Vessel Rock. And to come off the Vessel Rock, you have to go up before you go down. Well, Melissa Scriven on your screen at the moment. And Mel, I'm just going to say, I have been watching you type in on the YouTube channel. I've been watching you write us messages and wave to us. But I've also noticed that you're often 3rd counter for your team. Focus,
which might be a really good multi activity person simultaneously.
Yes.
Multitasking.
She's a multitasker.
a multi-activity multitasker, simultaneously doing simultaneous things across multiple activities and tasks at all at the same time. Is that not new artwork in the background? I see from Mel Scriven there as well. Maybe a new picture on the wall. It is. Yeah, indeed. So new artwork as well. Yeah, it's very nice actually. Yeah, it's put it on the chat, please, Mel, what it is, because I can't work out from it. It looks like very tall people on a beach.
Well, there we go. Category 5 on your screen at the moment. They're at the 22.5 kilometre marker. They too are on the plateau. They've gone up and over the Vessel Rock climber, and Natalia Idzik led them through. You can see there on that right-hand nearby list, she's got both the polka dot skin suit and the green skin suit at the moment because they've gone through the Face Rock sprint at the top of the Vessel Rock climb, and she too has picked up 5 points there as well. Natalia Idzik, I'm telling you, is on fire today. Lazarod, though, took 4 points. She too is being
really
consistent
well
and going really well. Martin Newska is in there as well. So is Anderlund and Mongeli, all picking up points in that competition. The pack is big, though, in Category 5. At the top there, still 10 riders in contention.
Okay, let's just go across in with Category 1 at the moment. So, Jonah Tidham just pushing on at the moment as we get to the 11.1k marker, not wanting this race to settle down too much, just keeping that pace high. Whilst we're on Category 1, let's just run you through some of the riders who are going to be at those World Championships. A lot of those are riding in Category 1. Defending champion Kate McCarthy will be racing alongside Gabby Guerra, Francesca Tomasi, Camilla Alberg, Mika Soderstrom, Elise Gallegos, Kristen Kolczynski, Joanna Tidham, Maria Holcroft, Lisa Hermansen, Mina Koistonen, Bridget Kittle, Hao Zhang, Amelia Velt, Nicole Mayer, Alexi Snover, Bridget Falensky, Anna Svarstrom, Jacqueline Godby, Matilda Field, Kelsey Jade Van Shaw, and Mil Bruni. Those are the riders who are going to be there. Gabby Guerra on our screens. Now, Gabby Guerra, if you had to tip somebody for a medal, she's going to be in the top in your top ranks of a medalist one way or another. What colour that will be and yet to be decided.
Only time will tell.
Indeed, and we know that she's been absolutely dedicated and rigorous in her preparations to be there, making sure there's no stone left unturned to actually be there in the best shape, best form that she has. And I know that Gabby will do absolutely everything. Really looking forward to seeing her in action there. And what if she takes a medal, and if it is, what colour? Because of course you never know. This is cycling, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and today on the Sunday Race Guard, the Category 1 pack are rolling wide across the road at the 12.1 kilometre marker. They are coming in towards the base of the Vessel Rock climb. That climb starts at 13.9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps on that climb. There's no long climb here as they come onto the plateau of the Vessel Rock. They're short, they're sharp. There are some long flat plateaus and some downhills. And that for me will mean the Category 1 pack may well stay together.
Now, diving in with Category 2, Tiffany Penner from Canada in action at the moment. The Canadian rider, one of the real strong riders from the Canadian nation. Interesting to see Penner back in action. A busy schedule for Tiffany Penner, I'm sure, running into the Sunday Race Club in November. She's one of those riders who is juggling a lot of things simultaneously.
Yes, she's a PhD student.
Indeed, and it's a busy time when you go into the fall or into the autumn for PhD students. So I'm told I wouldn't know.
Yes, it is very busy. Well, it's always busy when you're a PhD student.
It's a non-stop.
She's also always see her in the gym.
Yeah,
and if you listen to the Virtual Velo podcast, she also volunteers at the local farm.
Okay. Wow.
Biofarm type activity as well.
Oh, excellent.
Cool. She's a very, very busy lady.
Indeed.
And she puts out phenomenal performances on the Sunday Race Cup, and she's right in the mix in Category 2. The pack are rolling. They're at the 15.4 kilometre marker. They are,
partway.
They are partway up the climb, and you can see on that profile on the top right-hand corner of your screen, they're on one of the flat plateaus we've just mentioned with the Category 1 race. The pack's still rolling all together. There were 27 riders who went into the base of the climb together. That looks pretty much to me like there's 27 riders still together right now.
and they are now faced with two steps basically on the way up. You've got step one, a little bit of a drop, then step two. You can see that on the top of your screen in the top right hand side, the course profile now kicking. We're on to the gradient. This is where things get tough. At the top of this climb in category 3, it was Briggs from Montgomery, from Embring, Altamirano and Lytton taking away the points in category 3. We didn't see them going over the top. So Briggs, Montgomery, Embring, Altamirano and Lytton in category 3. And I know we've got viewers watching all 6 categories, because we have all 6 categories on our screens, not just focusing on the elite riders, but across all of the community, which is one of the key things for me about cycling esports, is that we do try and show as many riders as we can across all ability levels, all categories on the way through. And that's something that we can do here on Cycling Esports, in part because of the format of the racing. The format of the racing is that we set our category 6 off first and our category 1 off last, and the riders come together on the race route, and it allows us to show so many great riders. Heather Shouts, Katerina Karamani and Rian Denton, giving us a view into the pain cave. Some of them their own pain caves, Katerina Karamani and Heather, but not their own pain cave for Rian Denton.
Yes, but all 3 of those riders in this category 2 pack, and all of them pushing in strongly. Larson, Vellner right at the front. So is Denton. Denton, in fact, now pokes her nose into the wind at the front of this pack at the 16.4 kilometre marker. At the top of this climb, and the checkpoint come at 18.4. There is still 2K of climbing to go, but this pack now starting to drop riders off the back with the pace on the front.
So the pace being set on the front, the riders will get a little bit of a break, a little bit of a respite on the descent down, and then they'll have to kick again, as Emma has very often said on Sunday Race. So I'm going to use your phrase here, Emma. You have to treat each of these steps almost as your finish line, because you've got to be in it to win it, and you need to be in this pack, leading pack, at each step along the way, and that is at the top of each of these steps on the first climb, on our first climb checkpoint. That's the Vessel Rock climb here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club Qualifier race number 2 in November. Qualifiers each and every Sunday of the month before we get to the last Sunday, which is our finals, which also incorporates the team competition for big prize money for our top 7 teams.
Well, Natalie Yaramillo on your screen at the moment. She too is part and parcel of this leading group in the category 2 race. She's in the mix with Shanks, Eck and Rammer. Schneider is with her as well. Just before the category 2 pack really explode towards the top of the climb, category 3 have gone over ahead already. Stephanie Briggs picking up those 5 points.
She did indeed. So as they go over to the top, Jaramillo is on the way in there. Now, this descent here, Emma, we're dropping down into the descent, and we go up onto the climb. This is where you could get that little bit of rest. You can get that micro rest, but that breaks up your rhythm as well. And some riders just want to push straight through the descent as well, like it wasn't there.
Yeah, and you'll see that on the descents. You'll see the riders choosing how they race, and they will choose how to race depending upon their own skill set and their own strengths. So whilst we did indeed see Koinsinen utilising that micro rest earlier on the descent of the earlier rollers, some riders may choose to do that. Some riders may prefer to keep their legs spinning, and that really is, well, everybody has a choice on how to rest.
Indeed, how to rest or how to get the most out of their performance and what suits them physiologically. Because all of our riders are different in how they ride, how they race, what works for them, what gives them the best performances. Category 2 now going on to that final part of the ascent. Category 1 at the moment, well, they know that they are at the first stage of the climb of the Vessel Rock climb, the lead group all together at the moment, and that pace is not ferocious on the front of Category 1. That's not just necessarily a byproduct of the fact that we've got the World Championships coming up. I think it's also because the riders there just knowing that they've still got the real meat of this race route is the last 2/3 really. The first third is relatively flat. You could almost say the first half, but its first third is relatively flat, but then it really gets tough, and that's what makes this a really interesting course, because there's so much packed into the back of this race route, with the first climb coming just before halfway, and then you've got the plateau, then the climb off the plateau, which is a two-stage climb, then you drop down, it's not flat on the transition to our final climb, and then the final climb. So the efforts that they're putting on here, and category 2 coming towards the top of the climb with Penna leading, this is where you're going to see the effort going in to take away those points, but there is a price to pay if you go too hard.
Well, take a look at the pain on the faces of Shanks at the moment. She's really digging in. So is Denton, and Bassoni is really watching what's going on. But it's Tiffany Penna on the right-hand side of the bottom of your screen. You can see the power Penna is putting out as she goes underneath that polka dot banner. She's going to pick up those points in that competition. Katarzyna Velna goes through in second place. Serena Vittori picks up third. Charlotte Lucas 4th, and Jenny Eck 5th. But the pack, look at the size of that group. There's 25 riders in that leading group in category 2, and they are all still in contention.
So as category 2 go over the top of the climb, we drop in with category 1, the last riders to leave the start pens today. That was some 16.5 kilometers ago for category 1, the last riders to start on today's race route of what is 37.4 kilometers. In ascent of 516 meters across the entire race route. This climb 106 meters of them. So a real tough climb in terms of the overall climbing ascent, but it does show there's a lot more climbing in this route than just the segment of the categorized climbs that we go up these sections. And this climb in itself, you know, it's 4.5k long, but it's not all climbing. You get these steps, you get this little descent before you go back up onto the top to get a little bit of respite. And that's very different climbing style to the last climb, which is continuous ascent. There are no rests on that one until you get up on to the top. And remember, our last climb segment, checkpoint, is 500 meters before the finish. Now, just in with our current world champion, that is Kate McCarthy, who'll be defending that title in person. If you are in Abu Dhabi, I'm going to say this now, the best way to watch any cycling world championship, and I've watched a lot over the years, one way or another, been looking to watch a lot, the best way to watch them is in person at the side of the race route, at the side of the race course, or in cycling esports case, at the side of the stage, and watching the riders on stage. You cannot replicate that no matter what you do. Even if we took you there by some kind of virtual means, you would not get that same experience as being there. So if you get the chance, please go down to the venue. It is a ticketed event. You can get the links on the MyWhoosh website. Get down there and watch it. Watch these riders in person that you're seeing on your screen now.
Yeah, so we've got McCarthy, we've got Kittle, we've got Tomasi, Guerra and Van Hooling on your screen at the moment. And the push is on from Francesca Tomasi. Look at that. She's up and out the saddle in the middle of the screen. She's up and out the saddle in avatar form as well, driving for that line. She's still got some way to go because they're at 17.7 kilometers, 17.8. There's 600 meters of climbing until that polka dot banner. Tomasi, Guerra, McCarthy, Van Hooling. They are all pushing. They are back on Tomasi's wheel. Well, not quite.
No, Tomasi at the moment with that drive on the front here, looking to take away the points in that mountains competition, take away the maximum points here. A rider coming into form, a rider who has been tipped by many people to be a potential medalist for Italy at the World Championships. She's certainly coming on to form at the right time. This is the last chance to see how she's performing against Gabby Guerra, who's chasing at the moment at 5.5 watts per kilo. Guerra eases off a little bit. I think she's going to be content to let Tomasi go take these points. So is McCarthy, because the drive has come off behind. Holcroft it is now who's chasing, and good to see Maria Holcroft starting to stretch her legs out. Run out for Holcroft in the run into those World Championships. Who'll be representing Great Britain, but it's Italy's Francesca Tomasi on the way up as McCarthy now kicks and starts to wind this up at 12 watts per kilo, nearly here. So over the top goes Tomasi, and look at this, it's the world champion at the moment who's in pursuit. Kate McCarthy has said, right, that's Tomasi gone. Time to sprint over the top, give it a kick and see who can go with me. And at the moment, Guerra's the nearest rider. Kolchinsky, Holcroft, Van Hooling, all now in the pack behind. The gaps have opened, and this is a dangerous moment for the rest of this race field. At the front of the race, McCarthy goes up with Guerra, with Tomasi.
Wow, that is a trio I wouldn't want to let go down the road. Francesca Tomasi picks up the points and leads through the Category 1 race. Tiffany Penner leads through Category 2. Stephanie Briggs led through Category 3. Camilla Pamplona led through Category 4. Natalia Idzik dominating Category 5 at the moment and leading them through everything. And Amy Sudubayo led through Category 6. You can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, the pack in Category 1 has split with groups off the back and another group of couple of riders just off the back now needing to close that down if they're going to come back into the mix. We're going to see a much smaller group than we saw at the base of the climb.
And you could just see Mel Bruni coming onto the back of the group there. I think you're dead right there. I mean, at the back of this pack, there are riders frantically trying to get onto the group. There's riders who are distanced too far to get back on, and for them, it is race over. They're not going to feature in the top 10, which is the prize list for each of our race categories in the racing. So as they went over the top, it was Tomasi leading from Kate McCarthy.
It was indeed. Gabby Guerra picking up 3 points in third. Kristen Kolczynski picking up 2 points in fourth. And Maria Holdcroft picking up 1 point in fifth.
And the group going over together there, who were not sort of separated, that was about 15 or so riders, I think.
Yeah, I'm just taking a double check. Yep, it was indeed. Miros, Giovanni, Falensky, Svardström, Van Shaw, Gothlander, Van Hove, Kolkowitz, Lennon, Kalman, Tidholm. The riders, needing to push on if they want to find the group at the front.
It's a big ask on this terrain with what's coming up. You can see our riders across the course in multiple race categories, 6 race categories. Category 6, our standard race category. Category 3 at the moment, the riders going in for our next checkpoint sprint. This is the final checkpoint at the moment. It is De Pavia, the green jersey leader, who's going to be sprinting in at the front of this race behind. Anna Embring is looking to close that points gap down, but De Pavia taking maximum points. That's the way to defend your lead in a sprint competition, and it is De Pavia who goes through, confirmed at the top there, and subject to the results being verified on the MyWhoosh website. You can get all of the results live at the moment. It's www.mywhoosh.com, and then go to the menu. Instead of clicking one of the other parts of that menu, click to the results and then go onto the live results. They are live until they are verified, and you see the blue stamp of approval as all the riders are verified. And it's all the riders on the Sunday Race Club, a bit like at the World Championships. All the riders are verified and checked, not just 1 or 2 or top 3 or top 5 or anything like that. It's everybody.
Yes. Well, Palmer Mongeli is the rider we are in with at the moment in this Category 5 pack. And take a look at this. The leading group in Category 5 have caught the leading group in Category 6. They started 5 minutes behind. They're at the 32.5 kilometre marker. They've got, just under 5k to go.
There's some quick maths there, wasn't there?
There was. I just had to do a double check because I knew it was 37, but I couldn't remember it was 0.4. So bad commentator. Mongeli, Martinuski, and Almeida on your screen at the moment, and what a big leading group we've now got on the road because Category 6 and Category 5 have now all come together at the 34.6 kilometre marker. That is when they hit the final climb. The final climb, 2.3 kilometres in length with an average gradient of just shy of 5%. I think this group will stay together until we get to the base of the climb. And then, boom.
Yes, I think boom. And by performance stats, it should be our Category 5 riders who are going up. Just in with Palmer Mongeli, just rehydrating, making sure that she's all ready to go. She knows the importance of hydration all too well. I'm sure one of the key things they monitor in her day job as well. Meanwhile, let's go back to Category 1. Kate McCarthy at the moment on the offensive, on the plateau, on the way through. So at the moment, it looks like Guerra and Co back with Tomasi back in the pack. At the moment, McCarthy just stretching her legs out at the front of this race. Now, she's gone across the flat plateau section going through that sprint.
Yes, the face rock sprint on the top of the plateau. And at that point, it was Miros who led through Category 1 to pick up the 5 points in that competition. McCarthy went through in second place with Guerra, Bruni and Koinstinen rounding out the top 5. McCarthy, it's not a shock to see McCarthy move at this point in the race. Coming off of the plateau is really normally much more decisive in the race fields than going up onto the plateau.
Yeah, the traverse, because I think interesting that Moroz took the sprint there, so reinforcing her leading that sprint competition. And then you saw McCarthy come through in second place. She came through, and she actually came through with a higher watts per kilo, so pound to weight ratio. So she was really working quite hard to go through there. She went through in second place with Guerra in third, and then you saw that attack continue through. Whereas Moroz has eased back, McCarthy then has used that as an attack point. The response is coming behind because you can see the pace starting to pick up. Sophie Giovanni just being distanced by this group on the climb. The first climb we saw, she got back into that group. Giovanni on our screens at the moment, and you can see the rider in person on your screens. And I think tough time at the on the race route today, but maybe just not breathing as well as she wants to.
Yes, and the rest of the pack now really driving, because McCarthy is going down the road at the moment, but Kittel, Van Hooling, Hermansen, Gallegos, Soderstrom, all in the mix here doing the chasing. So is Ulberg and Queenston.
So now time for these riders to make their decisions, to do some serious thinking about what they're going to do here in the Category 1 race here. You can see Tomasi in that polka dot skin suit at the moment, looking across, seeing who's going to pick up the pace at the front here. Interesting to see Fuhr tucked in here. So is Van Heulen, Hermansen in here. So many of the riders that are going to be going to those World Championships in Abu Dhabi in the main group at the moment. And at the moment, they are looking at the rider going off down the road. That is the World Championship, World Champion at the moment, and going, well, I'm not sure we're going to get there. The World Championships, I'm just going to dive this in here because we are, I think, going to see this stay pretty much as is, with maybe a little bit of a chase. World Championships, 3 stages, very different to what people are watching here on Sunday Race Club. Is they used to 1 race. It's 3 stages. The mountain verdict, which is the chase race up the climb with the an elimination, basically eliminating the last rider. The Punchers Playground,
yes,
1 12K
12 kilometre lap.
4 sprints and then the final, and then you've got the Sprinters Paradise, which is a 8-lap finale, isn't it? And that's the same for the men and the women. It's the same course.
Exactly the same course, and each 3 of those stages, it's going to be really good. Each stage looking to test something a little bit different, but all over coming together, it's going to be great racing.
And it's because it's 3 stages, it's points that are being allocated out. So a points race. So those points and positions are going to be key. We're going to be showing you all of that race action on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. So do make sure you hit subscribe on MyWhoosh on YouTube or on Twitch TV, wherever you watch the Sunday Race Club. If you're watching now thinking, oh, maybe I should do that. If you want to know what time it is, you can get all of the details on the MyWhoosh website. For information, we're going to do this in local time, which is Gulf Standard Time, as we would do for all World Championships, wherever they are in the world. If it's Australia, we talk to you in Australian time. If it was in America, it'd be in whatever part of the American time zone that we would be in. It's in the Gulf, so it's on Gulf Standard Time. The kickoff for the opening ceremony, that is at 5:20. The first racing, well, the women's riders are presented at about 5:45 in the evening. The riders racing in the evening. The women's racing from 6 right the way through to about 7:30. The men's racing is going to be from about 8 to about 9:30, and then there'll be the awards ceremonies and the closing ceremony. So we're going to have all that for you. Big long show, but lots of action on that, as you'd expect. But if you think that's long, you need to go to a cyclocross World Championships where we kick off the day at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and we generally finish at about 5 o'clock at night. So feel free to come along to those as well, because they're even longer. But there's lots of great race action. An hour and a half of women's race action, hour and a half of men's race action, 3 stages in each. Make sure you're there if you can't go in person. But if you are able to go in person, get a ticket quick.
Yes,
definitely. It's going to be great. Really looking forward to the action and seeing who's going to be out there. Don't forget, of course, though, Sunday Race Club will be next Sunday, as always, following on from those World Championships. You'll be able to watch that, as always. Myself and Emma bringing the race action next Sunday. We'll be seeing what Shannon Matanuska does following on from her action this week. She's on our final climb at 35.5 kilometres, and she's leading the race in its entirety.
Well, I tell you, she's getting stronger stronger and stronger on the Sunday Race Club since she joined us, and she's showing us that. So is Laura Vanenpaar, because she too is another newer rider to the Sunday Race Club. And jump on board, learn your craft, understand the Sunday Race Club, and well, then start battling for the win. And that is indeed what the riders are doing here at the 35.6 kilometre marker. We said the Category 5 riders had caught the Category 6 riders. They are just in the distance behind, because both of those leading fields are on the final climb. Bridget Bremner, part and parcel of the mix in the Category 6 race. In fact, she's leading that now by, well, I'm looking at that thing and is around 8 seconds. But the pack are now chasing hard behind Bremner. Sudibayo is there, Damnice is there, Lloyd, Jaskalainen and Hadjuk. That's the Category 6 race. Amy Sudibayo is the rider in Category 6 in the polka dot skin suit, but Bremner is just ahead of her.
So very little to separate Bremner, Sudibayo and Denise at the moment. A little bit of a gap back to Nikki Lloyd, working hard on your screens down in the pay cave. You see all of our riders now in race action down there, and great to see these riders in action in person, and they're able to support each other and riding. You can see the fans in action, and they're going to be busy. They're blowing the air, trying to cool down all of these riders, generating some serious heat here in the race action. Nikki Lloyd at the moment looking to chase back, going to get onto the wheels here, Denise. This is a good move by her. The gap has gone up ahead a little bit from Denise to Bremner, who's managing pretty much to hold the wheels of the back of the leading riders in Category 5. Great ride by all these riders, because the pressures come on, the powers come on as they've gone on to the climb, and the Category 6 riders really are showing themselves to be incredibly strong. Bremner here, you can see she's 7th on the road at the moment, and that is no mean feat when you've got some absolutely phenomenal riders. Martinuska, at the front with Van der Pay, followed by Andalou, Mongeli, Elsa, Haglin and Warren at the moment.
Yeah, Bremner doing a really, really smart ride here. She's at the back of that group, trying to take as much draft as is possibly available. It's around 3% at the moment in the climb, but Bremner doing a sterling job. Take a look at that. We're in the pain cave with her as well. The rider currently leading the Category 6 race. Bridget Bremner really working strongly here. She is at the 36.2 kilometre marker. There are 1,200 metres to go now in this women's race as Bremner leads the Category 6 race. The riders ahead of her are all in the Category 5 race, and it's Martinuska at the moment with Vanenpaar who are at the head of Category 5.
They certainly are, and as this climb has come in towards its conclusion, this really has stretched the riders out. Martinuski and Vanenpaar, the riders at the front, followed by Adlu, followed by Mongeli at the moment. Alzat working hard here, Haglin working hard, but they're being distanced by our two leaders. They are going to see the polka dot banner over the road for the checkpoint for the climb competition, and because we don't have our climb leader in here, it's going to be different riders taking maximum points here at the top of the climb. Here comes the banner from this archway, the polka dot archway. We are going to have a further 500 meters, and as you can see, it still ascends up from this banner, and that is going to be really key. So we'll have to see who is going to take away the points in the polka dot competition. That is the climbs competition, but who also is going to take away the points and take away those prizes in the race overall. Less than 500 meters to go. Martinuski, I think, just going through ahead on the climb of Vanenpaar.
Yeah, she does indeed. So Shanna Martinuski on your screen at the moment picks up those 5 points in that climbing competition and continues to drive towards the line at the moment. She's got 400 meters to go, and the power is going down in Martinuski's pain cave at the moment, because that finish line is just around that right-hand bend up ahead.
So this is the run for the line, that finish line coming at 37.4 kilometers. A response is coming from Vanenpaar behind Martinuski. Martinuski in person on your screens, looking to take away race victory today. She's looking for the banner. You can see how hard she's working here to make this count. She wants to take top spot. The banner is round this right-hand bend and it comes into sight. The UCI banner is there. The World Championships are powered by MyWhoosh for 2024, 25 and 26. And it's that banner here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in qualifier race number 2 on November. Shona Martinuska in category 5 is going to lead all of our riders home here today. This is what it takes to take the win on a Sunday Race Club. Shona Martinuska takes away the win. It's going to be Valiant Par who takes away second place here today. And you can see the effort. That is the way to win a bike race.
Yeah, it is indeed. And the race on behind for the positions, but Martinuska in 1 in category 5. Vanempar in 2. Mongeli battling it out here for 4th and 5th.
The third place is going to be to the rider leading the polka dot competition, the class competition. That's Andalou, but this is a sprint from Mongeli. Mongeli gives it everything. Palmer Mongeli is going to take the sprint for 4th place. It's going to be a 5th, I think, for Sarah Hagland. Hagland, what a way to come into category 5 from category 6. Make your way up after winning category 6 the week before. Top 5 in category 5. Brilliant result. Now, this is the race in category 6. And the race leader, Bridget Bremner, who we've seen on our screens, has gone clear. She's going to take away race victory here in category 6. Bridget Bremner, a fitting reward for the work done on that climb and all the way through the race. Bremner takes away the win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in category 6 on qualifier race number 2.
Yes, and the battle is on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in category 6, but the battle is also on in category 4 at the moment. And Suzanne Stenman has attacked after the top of the Alula Desert climb. Manon Holtman, Pamplona, Wittler all behind. You can see them coming, but they are, well, are they going to run out of road for the attack? Because there's 300 meters to go.
So let's see our riders on the way in. Those gaps have opened up at the moment. They've got to hold them very quickly. Let's bring you category 6 results. Bremner taking the win from Denise in 2nd, Lloyd in 3rd, and Sudibeo in 4th in category 6. We're in with category 4 because we've had category 6 and 5 winners in, and we are in with Suzanne Stemmen leading category 4 to the line at the moment. This is the run for the finish. She's broken clear. She's held that gap at 6 seconds to Wittler, and this is going to be a win for the Swedish rider here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club qualifier race number 2. Category 4 race winner is going to be Suzanne Stemmen. Phenomenal ride. She comes through 4 seconds clear of Marion Wittler. Wittler with the final sprint to try and hold off the climbs winner, Camilla Pamplona. So Marion Wittler takes away 2nd place. Pamplona is going to take away 3rd place. I think it's going to be close behind. Takanas Fritz Salgado all on the run for the line. Super close racing in category 4 behind. Stemmen taking the win. Wittler in 2, Pamplona in 3, Takanas in 4, Frias in 5th, Salgado, Kong, De Grazia, Luing, along with Al Rai, Johnson, Elos, all coming through. 12 riders in category 4 already in and through the line. As we go from category 4 to category 3, 200 meters to the line. This is the run for the line. Briggs and Vasquez together. Briggs in the polka dot skin suit, but it's Vasquez who kicks first in the blue of category 3. She's got the jump here on Briggs. Briggs trying to answer, upping up the watts, upping up the power. Vasquez has jumped first, and this could be what gives her the win. Manuela Vasquez in category 3 is being closed down here by Stephanie Briggs. It's going to come down to the throat. I think that could be Briggs. We have to wait and see. That is going to be a photo finish between Briggs and Vasquez. Who gets it, Emma?
Stephanie Briggs takes the win in category 3 by 0.037 of a second from Manuela Vasquez. It's not over till you cross the line.
Indeed. And then behind those two riders, Emma, the riders coming in through thick and fast. Angelica Altamarino, I think I saw on our screens, coming through in 3rd.
Yes, she did indeed take 3rd place. Eva Essler takes 4th, and Kimber Niller takes 5th. Jen Reel and Julia Montgomery, Anna Embring, Lorena Beltran, and Flavia Lopez rounding out the top 10.
So brilliant racing in all of our categories whose leaders have crossed the line so far. It's category 6 to category 3. Don't forget, all of these results are live at the moment. They have yet to be verified, and that will result in that blue seal of approval on the results page. That's www.mywhoosh.com. Don't forget, of course, make sure you download the app. Jump on board. We want to see you racing here. Emma and I would love to be putting your name on the highlights here on the show.
Well, we are in with category 2 at the moment, and you can see it is still a big pack of riders. At last count, going through the Lula Desert Sprint, there were 20 riders in the leading group in category 2 still, and there's 20 riders in that group coming into the base of the final climb. So at the 34.6 kilometre marker, that's where the climb starts. 2.3 kilometres in length, and then a further 500 metres to the checkered flag. Now, the average gradient just shy of 5%, but we see as you come towards the top, the gradient really comes off and it sits around 3.5. And it has led to some ferocious battles at the top. Expect category 2 to do a very similar thing. Category 1, we're in with Kate McCarthy. She's 42 seconds clear of the category 1 chase group.
So McCarthy at the moment clear of the main peloton. I'm not sure we can describe that as a chase.
No, but there's about 12, 13 riders in that group. Technically, it's the chase. There's 500 metres back. They're not
chasing.
It's the chase group. Whether they're chasing hard at the moment is a different matter.
2 watts per kilo, 3 watts per kilo is not chasing. By definition, it's the bunch, it's the pack, it's the peloton. But will I let you get away with calling it a chasing group? I don't. We can agree to disagree if you want, but I don't think that is a chase.
I'll tell you something. Kate McCarthy at the moment is time trialling her way to the base of the final climb. I think on the right-hand side of your screen, the group is so big they are looking at each other a bit here because they're going to come into that final climb and they're going to be battling for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and they're all going to want to be fighting for those positions. So the group on the right hand side of your screen looking at each other more than they are looking at Kate McCarthy, who is riding away from them right now.
So category 1 on the way in, you can see Kate McCarthy there with that rainbow banded jersey awarded across all of cycling's disciplines. It was a real privilege to see her take that jersey. Had the honour of putting words to what is now, I think, by my reckoning, 17 different types of world championships. And I have to say, I really loved the racing that we saw at the world championships and the way that Kate McCarthy took that. The battle between herself and Gabby Guerra at the front. I mean, we saw them on stage. We'll see them in person again in terms of on our screens on the show. We'll be able to look at the riders and see just how hard they're working. It was a fantastic battle. And Kate McCarthy doing a brilliant job to take that win. I expect it all to unfold in a very different course. So you can't take what happens on the Sunday Race Club as what's going to happen in the World Championships, because it's a very different race. 3 stages, points race rather than a race to the line.
Yeah, so Bassoni at the moment, we're in with category 2, and Roberta Bassoni doing what Roberta Bassoni does, and that is climbing strongly. She's one of those riders you've really got to watch if the end to the race is up. But there are a number of other riders in the mix as well. Susnik, Larson, Vittori, in the mix on her wheel. Tiffany Penner, Sarah Lundin, Bassoni in the middle on your screen. Rianne Denton has got more viewers in the pain cave with her this time. And Katerina Karamani, look at the look on Karamani's face at the moment as these riders drive towards that finish line today. There's less than 2 kilometres to go. 1,500 metres is what we're at. And Bassoni now starts to dig again. The rest of this pack are really going to need to close this down very shortly because Bassoni is in her element at the moment.
So Roberta Bassoni on the climb, but that pack are not letting this go too far. And for me, this is about racing smart, because you put the energy in too soon. For Bassoni, she knows this is where she excels. She's got this down. The gradient will diminish as we go up over the top. It doesn't disappear altogether, but getting into the right position, being in that chasing pack, maybe not expecting too much for the rest of the riders is the way to play this versus Bersoni, whose tactic I think is 100% correct. If this is you race to your strengths, train your weaknesses, race your strengths. When we see riders in training, that's what they're doing. When we see them racing, we're looking to see them actually race those strengths. At the moment, Bersoni on the front is doing that. Denton has to dig here now. This is where the support in that pain cave is critical. If you're there with Rianne Denton, you need to be making some serious noise here, because we need to get her on the back for her to be able to contend the finish. And this is a tough, tough finish to the race.
Well, it is indeed. And Cornelia Engstrom pushing on and really starting to motor in the group. So is Charlotte Lucas. Jenny Eck is there. Never discount Jenny Eck if you take her towards the line. Susnik, Vittori, Eck, Engstrom, Lundin, Gorea in the mix as well. But Bersoni is still 2 seconds clear, but she's got no draft, and a number of the riders in that group behind do. The gradient down at 2.9%, and it really is going to make a difference to that final energy level on the kick for the line. But at the moment, Bersoni out in front. There are 10 riders in that pack behind, and all of those 11 still in contention for the win today in Category 2.
So 5 riders on show in the pain cave at the moment. Caramani, Denton, Bersoni, London and Penna. We've got more than that in contention for this race win, though, here today, with the gap having opened at the front to Bersoni. The pressure coming on behind to close it down. It's still 6 seconds, and at 30 kilometres an hour, 20 miles an hour, that is a phenomenal speed to be driving on your own. If you go out and do that and you're riding, you know that you're going to be pushing against the if you're at the front, and that's what's happened to Bersoni. But she's climbed that with aplomb at the moment, and at the moment is looking super smooth. He goes through, takes the maximum points on the climb checkpoint, but she's got a different mission on her mind at the moment. It's not just about those climbing points, as Velna comes through, and I think will take the climb jersey overall. Bersoni's looking for that finish line.
She is, but so is Sasha Susnik at the moment, because Susnik is the rider who's really driving and leading the charge from behind. Charlotte Lucas is joining in there at 7 watts per kilo. She's pushing. So is Katarzyna Velna, Jenny Eck, Gorea, Engstrom, Denton, Karamani. Everybody is in the mix here, but the catch is on. Susnik is about to close down on Bersoni. Will she go up and over the top? Can Charlotte Lucas do it? What about Velna, Eck and Gorea?
And this is the run you saw Sasha Susnik really push through here. She used that sprint to get onto the wheels. The banner will be coming very, very shortly indeed. Less than 200 metres to go for Susnik. There's the banner. She's ahead of Lucas, but is it by enough? Lucas comes into sight chasing. It's going to be too late to take away the win. Sasha Susnik takes away the win in Category 2 in qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Susnik, Lucas, Eck as tipped hotly by Emma. They're right up in the mix as well. Emma, can you confirm those positions?
Yeah, I can. So Sasha Susnik takes the win in Category 2. Charlotte Lucas in 2nd. Jenny Eck in 3rd. Katarzyna Velna in 4th. Roberta Bersoni in 5th. Vittori 6th. Engstrom, Gorea, Denton and Larson round out the top 10.
As we see the leader and the current world champion on the road at the moment, Kate McCarthy, in the last Sunday Race Club before we head to Abu Dhabi for the UCI Cycling Esports World Championships. In person, she'll be there defending those rainbow stripes. She's run out today. She came over that first climb. She looked strong. She waited until they came through on midway sprint at the Face Rock sprint checkpoint, and then she decided it was time to go. She said goodbye to everybody. Nobody could stay in the wheels of the world champion. And Kate McCarthy is going to see out her year as world champion on the Sunday Race Club with the win. Kate McCarthy, world champion, takes the win here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Will she return next Sunday with the rainbow jersey? You will need to tune in on Saturday to find out. Here is our second place rider at the moment on the road. Gabby Guerra, another World Championship medalist, and Tomasi, one of the hot tips for the racing, right in pursuit as well. Kolczynski riding strongly here with Tomasi and Holcroft, the company as well, by the look of it.
Yeah, she is indeed. So Guerra in two at the moment. Kolchinsky, Tomasi, Holdcroft and Alberg all behind. Catherine Fua is in the mix as well. So 5 riders in the mix for, well, what is 4 places towards the top of the podium. But that's the UCI banner. And this is Gabby Guerra.
So Gabby Guerra at the moment now, the final Sunday Race Club preparation before she heads to those in-person World Championship finals. She'll be looking to take away that World Championship title when we go into the arena. Can she be our best gladiator fighting it out for position? We'll find out. It's Guerra who takes to a sprint for 3rd place there, I think, as they came in over the line as the win goes to McCarthy. 2nd place to Guerra. 3rd place, Holdcroft?
Yes, so Maria Holdcroft takes the sprint from Francesca Tomasi in 4th. Kristen Kolchinsky comes through for 5th. Catherine Fua for 6th. Camilla Alberg for 7th. Gallegos, Velt and Kiddle now battling it out for those places. And Elise Gallegos, well, she's going to come through for what is going to be 8th place today. Kiddle and Velt are going to round out the top 10.
In terms of teams, category 6 being taken by the Femme Cycle Club, Cadence Crew, category 5 team competition by Cycling District. The Femme Cycle Club taking category 14 win. Category 3, the Riot Squad, category 2 Femme Cycle Club, and category 1, the Ablock International team.
Well, Kate McCarthy taking the win in category 1 for Ablock International, the defending world champion going into that title race next week, doing the business on the Sunday Race Club and setting a new course record of 58 minutes and 1 second. 50 seconds she's taken off the course record today. Gabriela Guerra from the Sweat Sensations in 2. Maria Holdcroft, Francesca Tomasi, Kristen Kolchinsky, Catherine Fua, Camilla Alberg, Elise Gallegos, Amelia Velt and Bridget Kiddle rounding out the top 10 in the category 1 race.
So that is done and dusted for our women's racing on qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club here on MyWhoosh. A fantastic racing. Thank you very much to our riders for keeping us entertained as always. We'd love to see you racing with them. Make sure you download the app on iOS, on Android and on Windows. Make sure that you get that download. The latest download, some really great updates on there. If you're chasing your missions, don't forget the Champions Code mission currently active across all race categories and riding. We've also got our beta league in action. Loads of riders riding that. It's fantastic.
Yes.
I think 180 or so riders on there in the week. Fantastic to see that league really busy as well. So lots of great opportunities to race. If you are now not going to be watching again until next time we hit for the World Championships, you can see who is going to take away the medals there. We hope you're going to be around, though, for the men's race, which is coming up very shortly with myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin. You can follow Emma at biking_Emma. Follow me at MattFixPayne. You can follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh across social media. That's on Instagram and Facebook, and it's my_whoosh on X. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Subscribe to Twitch TV wherever you watch. Make sure that you are ready for our men's racing qualifier race number 2. Ready for the World Championship finals, particularly if you're going to be down there live in person. We are going to take a short break. We will be back with the men's race for qualifier race number 2 and see who's on form as we go into the second of our qualifying races in November. But for now, time to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Refuel, recharge. We'll be back fueled, caffeinated, and maybe ice creamed from Emma and myself. We'll see you then.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club to Qualifier race number 2. This is, of course, November. In the Northern Hemisphere, it's a month of drawing in and getting darker. In the Southern Hemisphere, it's getting brighter and lighter. We are going to be bringing you all the race action on cycling esports, which spans the globe here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club with a real multinational race field taking on our race route here today in the men's race. We've just seen an exciting and thrilling finish to all of our women's races in Category 6 to Category 1 in Alula. Do make sure you have a watch back if you haven't seen it. But we're back in Alula for the men as well.
Where we are indeed. 55 kilometres of racing, 761 metres of climbing on the Heritage Climb course. The riders come out of the pen and then take a look at that. That's a novel course start. Downhill into the Siamese Rock Sprint, the first of 3 sprint checkpoints along the way at the 5.2 kilometre marker. They go up onto the Vessel Rock Climb checkpoint and the Vessel Rock Plateau. That's the first of 2 climbing checkpoints. Through the Face Rock Sprint on the top of the plateau, they climb, then they descend off. Then it's the long run through the 7 rollers, through the Newtown Sprint checkpoint to the base of the Heritage Climb. 5.1 kilometres of climbing with an average gradient of 5.5%. But take a look. It's a really stepped climb. There's some very steep sections, but there are also some downhills along the way for micro rests and recovery. Well, at the end of that polka dot banner that signifies the climb checkpoint, set a 500-metre run to the checkered flag.
So 3 sprints with those awards and prizes for taking the fastest through the checkpoint in each of our race categories. 2 climbs with the same as well. The sprint and the climb competition rewarded with prizes, as well as our top 10 individual riders in each of our race categories across all 6 race categories. Same 6 categories as we see for the women's race, with category 6 being our standard race category. Category number 1 being the very top of the tree, our elite riders, many of whom will be racing in the World Championships coming to you on Saturday before next week's Sunday Race Club. This is also, for most of the riders, their second chance to qualify for the team competition in the finals. Now, anybody can ride in the finals on the last of the month if they've done the pre-race verification, if the kit meets the setup, so just like they would on any other event on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. But when we go to our finals, we have the team competition in play, and to be eligible for the team, you have to have ridden 2 of the monthly qualifiers, and of course that means that those riders are trying to get those in so that they can be part of a team with 7 teams qualifying for prizes when we go into the finals. Category 6 teams, well, as you can see, it really is dominated by 2 strong sets of squads in terms of cycling district and the BMC squad. Level Racing also putting many teams in as well. Last week, although there was no prize as such, the BMC Spinergy squad took the team win from BMC 6, and the gap between them was 9 minutes. So sounds a lot, but you've got to remember, as with all of the team competitions, it's 3 riders to count. And in BMC Spinergy, it was Gibson, McMurtry and Abbott. Their times added together gave them a team time of 5 hours and 3 minutes, 47.888 seconds to be precise. It's Category 6. It's time to go racing on qualifier race number 2 in November at the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Away we go. Let's see who's going to be at the top of those team standings and who can take away the prizes in that individual competition as well.
Well, we're in with Frank Vergara at the moment with the Category 6 riders coming out of the pen. 69 riders on the start sheets today in Category 6. No, it is not the largest race field. 375, I'm going to say that again later today, 375 riders on the start sheets in the men's. Each week at the moment, the fields get bigger and bigger. Eduardo Sugai is one of the riders who's regularly in this race field. In that ZTBR shirt at the moment, looking like that's one big window that's open behind him, or he's out on the balcony. But at the moment, what can I say? But he is absolutely coming out of the pen with this Category 6 race field. He's tightly in the bunch, and there's a real big push on the front.
And he's a regular rider when it comes to our sprints competition as well. He took what was fourth place overall in the sprints competition, Sugai. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. But in terms of the overall, getting across the line first, which is what counts at the finish line.
Well, Sebza at the moment dialing it on the front. That's the normal place. Come out of the start pen, and Sebza pushes strongly out of the pen. There you go. There he is, looking resplendent. He's always well tailored.
He is indeed, I've said it before, sartorially elegant. If there was a prize for it, as there is in the Brompton World Championships, then he would definitely be getting that.
Well, Category 6 last week, it was Brent Gibson from Julio Orrego who took the win and second place. Both of those riders progressing to Category 5. Stefan Tiger took third place. Ola Warren took fourth, and Bruno Silva took fifth. In fact, Ola Warren set a 20-minute PB during the race last week.
That's for power.
Yes.
Yes. 20-minute personal power best
yes.
for Warren. And Warren taking second in the sprint competition last week in Category 6 to Julio Orrego, who's moved up. And in terms of the KOM, it was Orrego was from Gibson from Tiger, so some really familiar names up there. Now, Ibrahim, the rider at the moment that we are seeing on our screens, you can just see the sun shining in. Good morning. To our rider, I think from Germany here. And at the moment, the sun coming in through what is in English the conservatory.
Yes.
Abri de Jardin is also a name known for it in France, which is totally different.
Well, there we go. But at the moment, this Category 6 pack are rolling and rolling strongly. They are just on the precipice of the downhill. And 40 kilometres an hour on the flat. Expect the speed to pick up.
It's also known as a Gartenhaus in Germany.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, amazing. What rubbish I know sometimes.
You said it. Well, at the moment, this pack wide across the road, the Category 6 group at the 2 kilometre marker, all out the start pen steady. Skierski is there, and Newman is in the mix. The riders really riding strongly. Joel Lippenharsky is there. Ashley Owen, Lewis Silva, one of the riders who featured strongly, and Bruno Silva there as well, the rider from Portugal. Andrew Bain, Brett McMurtry, Mikkel Kozel, Michael Cypers. The riders are packing strongly, and can I say, those yellow Karl Largos, very popular in the pick.
They are indeed, but you have to go through a mission to get that. You can actually get a new Colnago Y1RS White edition in the current mission, which is the Champions Code mission that runs right the way through. Starts in November, and 3 different stages for the mission to complete.
Yeah, I did indeed. You know, after my homework the other week, I've done the zombie chase.
Yes.
And
how did you get on the zombie chase?
It was great fun. Going to do it again. Excellent. And I also did the first stage of the Karl Largo monthly mission.
Brilliant.
Which was packed.
Excellent. So there is so many missions to take on, should you choose to accept them. Accepting the team competition mission in Category 5 are the things that you can see on your screens at the moment. Last week out, we saw 2 real distinct teams, the Level Raiders and the Cycling District 5 team. Cycling District 5 and the Cycling District 5A squads with riders this week. The Level Raiders also with 5 riders on the start list. It's going to be very interesting to see. Last time out, remember, it's 3 riders to count. Level Raiders took it with Rodolphe Bertrand, with Alexi Tisciano and Alex Locke from Cycling District 5's Fernandez, Pinto and Castro. Team competition, of course, all important when we come to those prizes, but lots of teams getting in that team win already in the qualifiers. This is qualifier number 2. This is Category 5. The second of our race starts as we make our way up to that elite start, which are our last starters here. And each and every Sunday on the Sunday Race Club, by definition, coming to you each and every Sunday.
It is indeed, and this is our largest race field today, just with 74 riders on the start sheets. Now, we mentioned Gibson and Orrego have come up from Category 6 into the mix, but this is a packed race field. Josh Lipka is here, Simon Llewellyn, Daniel Giotto, David Young, Florian Dromard, Ben Kirk, Justin Roy, Luke Allport. The field is packed. And that's on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, well, the main screen now is the race for the first sprint checkpoint in Category 6.
And it's Eduardo Sugai of Brazil who's already attacked. He kicked off early on that race start. This has split the bunch here, and this already starting to do damage to Sugai, Gacek, Warren, Staniv, Mizaros, Olsen, all in the battle for positions as they came through that time. But it's Sugai who will go away with the 5 points and with the lead in the sprint competition in Category 6 after our first sprint of 3.
Yes. So he's changing that ZTBR jersey that he's wearing in real life for a sprint jersey. Well, Category 5 on the right-hand side of your screen, it's a fast and furious start in Category 5, and it's really spread the group, and you can see that on the top right-hand corner. They're on the flatlands at the moment as well. They've not even hit the descent, and we've got riders going out the back of the group. Now, last week, it was Matt Smithson who took the win from Panu Alalusa. Eric Lekver was there as well. Riley Milostic and Tamo Friedek, who rode really strongly, took those top 5 positions, 1 second separation in the top 5. Luke Allport, no surprises, is on the front of the pack.
Local port doing an Allport, the verb that is to attack from the front and try and go clear of the bunch, make it hard for everybody from the start. And look at the damage he's doing at the back of the group. This has dropped riders already. There are more riders in trouble at the back of the pack, and this is because of the power of Luke Allport on the front. He wants to get into this descent, and as they go into the descent, any gaps in that group will be exaggerated by the change in terrain, and because of that, that will make it even harder. You can see the power that he's put down. The chase coming. Buhammer, Lasnos, Tishano, Chill, Criddle, and Kirk. They all know that they want to be on that wheel. They don't want to let the gap go, and you can see top right-hand side of your screen that there are at least 3 riders now who have missed the train leaving the station and are now stood on the platform watching it go off into the distance.
Well, if you follow our riders on social media, and I would say don't follow us, follow the riders. They're the ones that you should follow and watch. But in the Luke Allport household this week, new Golden Retriever puppy.
Excellent. Always like Golden Retriever puppy stories, honest gov, any dog to be fair. So if you've got a new product, let us know. I don't know if Jonathan Greenland has one. Morning, Jonathan, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. It should be in Australia, according to his nation, which would make it evening heading into night time at the moment. It's certainly dark outside the window here, just taking a little bit of a breather as they come into this downhill in the pack. And you can just see just freewheeling his way down here. Not diving into the super tuck at the moment. Good to see plenty of hydration at the side and the big fan rolling up above. In terms of sprints, because we are coming into the sprint competition, sprint winner in Category 5 last week was Joel Warren, who took that from Lekvi and Prince. That is the next checkpoint that will come up for these riders. First checkpoint, that's at 5.2 kilometres. In terms of the KOM, the King of the Mountains, it was Prince from Wang, from Bertrand, from Soraya and Friedek, who took the overall points. But Prince and Wang tied on points at the top there in Category 5. They were Category 5. This is Category 4. This is our next step up the ladder. The teams on your screens at the moment, and you can see another strong representation by BMC, as well as Cycling District and Level in there as well. Last week out, Cycling District 4 took the team win at 4 hours 36 minutes their time. They were less than a minute ahead of the BMC Racing squad. So Canosa, Pierre Badu taking the win from BMC Racing, from Level Golden 4, who were in 3rd place in that 4th category race. And the BMC squads, Cycling District and Level Racing, in their various incarnations, really battling it out against each other as we go down. It's time for race start in Category 4, the 3rd of our race starts here today. Let's see what our riders can do today out on the course here in Alula. Category 4. I'll go.
Well, Category 4 about to head out of the start pen. 60 riders on the start sheets today in Category 4 as away those red jerseys go. They're going to head out. Last week it was Jussi Palaka who took the win, and we've seen Palaka riding really, really strongly all through the MyWhoosh Championships this summer and into last week. Taking that win now bumps him up to Category 3, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Palaka goes in Category 3. It's going to be a great challenge for him. He went into the finish line last week with Cesar Iglesias, but he took the win. Antti Poni from Finland came through in 3rd, and Solar 4th, Lepera 5th. Category 5, well, it's Laszlo and Warren going head-to-head in the sprint at the moment. Warren really kicking. Can he come up and over the top? He's going to give it a go, and I don't think he quite makes it, but his timing, well, he goes up and over the top, and I think will take second in that sprint competition.
Warren indeed taking second. Laszlo taking away top spot and maximum points. 5 points for Christoph Laszlo. And they reward a skin suit in green. And of course, the prizes as well. You can find all the prizes on the MyWhoosh.com website in the technical guide and the rule set for the Sunday Race Club.
Yeah, so Laszlo, Warren, Theme, Cridland, Bristolin, the 5 riders in Category 5 picking up points.
And remember, those points will be added to the points taken at our next 2 sprints. That's the Face Rock Sprint and the Newtown Sprint, to see who takes away those prizes in terms of the overall. Now, good to see you, Mohammed Mutari. I'm loving the lightning bolt. Will he be Usain Bolt fast when it comes to the finish? It could be today.
His kind of course today.
Yes, I'm loving that personalised little lightning bolt. So Usain Bolt, it's also what our riders do when they're on their avatar. You can actually get your rider to do that.
Yeah, did you not notice that? Mohammed did indeed make his avatar do it, and then he did it in person.
He did, although I was focused on real life. They were watching the avatar simultaneously, which is great. It's that split view of both, and it's great that you get to actually put those emotions out. And sort of the most popular ones are really easy to do when you're out on the bike. So don't forget, make sure you download the app. You could join Mohammed Mutari and all of the gang here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, on any of the Racing Apex Racing League on Tuesdays, the Beta Racing, etc.
Category 4 pack, there's a big push on the front, and this is interesting because the push now is coming into the descent, and this is really interesting here because this is all about momentum and driving into the descent and seeing what damage it does to the group. But at the moment, Daniel Cadiz is the rider pushing on. Eric Rimborg doing the chasing. Golden Boy himself, Marius Fosside as well, paying real attention at the front with Hagland, Robinson, Graciani, as well as Janey. The push coming on here, about to drop, and there you go, the gradient starts to descend, and Cadiz, while the pace picking up, look at that, 58, 59 kilometers an hour at the moment, now topping 60.
And he's continued that drive. Rimborg, I just saw the watts per kilo drop to 2 watts per kilo, allowing that group to come back to him. Hagland, Fossier, along with Pino and Co, all starting to roll through, but the gap is there for Cadiz at the moment, and super sprinter Marius Fossard really does need to pick this up. I know, super quick start today, Marius. Good to see him with us, the Norwegian rider in here, a member of the Headband Club. Well, as always.
And let's not forget that big push at the front, also part and parcel of the chase for first across the line at the first sprint checkpoint. Fossard will be watching and waiting and paying real attention about when to launch, because at the moment, sticking on that wheel, well, it's a long run effort for the green skin suit.
So categories 6, categories 5, and category 4 already underway. Our next category to start will be category 3. And then the last of our groups go on those 5-minute windows. And there's going to be a 10-minute gap between category 3 starting and category 2. Then we're back to our 5-minute windows. In terms of teams in the category 3 competition, well, you can see the Belmont Performance Squad are back in here, along with a lot of familiar names. Cycling District taking the Cycling District versus BMC versus Level Racing in category 4. When it comes to category 3, though, it was Cycling District again who took top spot. Torres, Andrade, and Peridon Cini, the 3 riders. Their time at 4:39 for the category 3 racing. But lots of big teams in here. Level going to be in the mix, I'm sure. Sandstorm always strong. Johnson, Gates, Batty, and Stevenson might have an advantage on this climbing finish. The BMC Racing Up squad also looking very strong. But remember, this is qualifier race number 2. The riders battling to get up to that finish will know they've got to be across that line, and they want to get away with the best time possible to take away potentially a top 10 spot. Can they do it in category 3? We'll have to wait for a further 55 kilometres of racing to find out. Last week, category 3, as always, super close, super exciting, Emma.
Yes, category 3, super close, super exciting. Josh Power, we watched him take the win.
Yes.
That was one really, really fast race. And he took the win from Lewis Ridley, David Kowalski, Alex Heaney, and Juan Quiros. All 5 of those riders doing a phenomenal job. Power being rewarded by going up to category 2.
And he was solo off the front and held off a
He
massive
did.
chasing group. He held everybody off in the run-in, didn't he?
He did indeed, and he took that win by 11 seconds in the end.
So 11 seconds gap for power. The chasing group behind. Anyone in particular that you think is likely to be better on here?
Today on this climb, well, it's interesting, isn't it? The category 3 race absolutely alight already, but the category 4, they are flying through underneath that sprint checkpoint. And now I can tell you that the long drive push from the start, well, it didn't pick it up because Natari is the rider who has gone into the green skin suit. The Italian rider, well, take a look at the damage that race for the sprint checkpoint has done to the category 5 pack. They've really come off the pace at the front of the race, but there's going to be a lot of riding to concertina that back together. Now, a similar move going in category 3 at the moment because Christopher Morgan has gone off the front of the start. Mohamed Al Case, the rider behind, he's at the front of the group chasing. Patrick Bloom is there as well. The riders here today, I think, well, it's going to be an interesting category 3 race. There's a long transition section from the Face Rock sprint, the sprint that comes at the top of that plateau, to the next checkpoint, 26.6 kilometers in total. A massive transition section. I think it's going to be interesting to see if anybody goes early. But for me, in category 3, we're going to see a big group, I think, come in at that 49.4 kilometre marker onto that final climb.
And I think it's going to be about riders like Patrick Bloom. Good morning, Patrick. Patrick going to have to deal with the way that this race route is designed. Because for me, when we watched the women's racing earlier, I'm not going to give any spoilers, but it was a very backloaded part of the course. So you hit the first big climb a third of the way into the race route, and then you had just non-stop action and climbing and tough terrain, sprints and segments. Here, there's a lot of action packed into the first third, and then you've got a big gap. And Patrick Bloom has got to get over with the first group, but then be really in contention as he comes into the second climb as well.
Yeah, Patrick Bloom has 31 Sunday race cups to his name
He's
at the moment.
experienced, isn't he?
Yeah, he is an experienced rider, and one who knows exactly what he's doing and will have placed before. He's finished first twice on the Sunday Race Cup. He knows how to finish a race, and he has just closed the gap down here, and the rest of the pack now coming back together. They're on the descent at the moment, the 2.5 kilometre marker. They're going to head to the base of the descent, and then very quickly that Siamese Rock sprint checkpoint comes to fore. The pack now all coming back together. They're going to be looking at their positioning because they don't want to expend too much effort. They want to get back into the group, reconvene the group, and then roll into the launch for that sprint. Jussi Palaka just coming up onto your screen at the moment. He's in that front half of the group as well, coming up from category 4 today.
And in this run into the finish here, I think it's into the sprint. I think it's really key, isn't it? It's how much energy do you expend keeping the pace hot? And the number of riders will want that. You know, Squilari, a classic example, wants it to be a fast run in. Even if there's a sprint, he wants it to come off a high speed. And then you've got other riders looking, thinking, we want to take this slower in. We're not going to expend any energy. Nick Scolari's on our screen. You can just see him nicely holding position. He really is a master of holding the position in the right place in the group, not at the back of the pack, not on the very front of the pack, but just sitting sort of top third, top quarter generally in there. And you see at the moment, you know, he's holding first, second wheel, just not doing too much, nicely poised, ready to go. I mean, we're at 3.7. It's still a fair distance to get to that sprint, but positioning key.
Well, I always think he's one of those riders who doesn't poke his nose out into the wind or let us see him until he wants us to.
You mean it's Avatar rather than necessarily him on screen?
Yes, exactly what I mean. I think he's one of those riders that is very strategic, targets his attack points, and at those attack points is where you see his avatar come to the fore.
Well, we'll see whether he can do that in the sprint here today. Category 3 sprint winner last time was overall Lewis Ridley from Walter Clays, John Brune, Josh Patton, Nicholas Fournier. In terms of the King of the Mountains, the winner, it was Kowalski from Power from Quiros. I think David Kowalski's moved up, in fact, category 2 from category 3, but I would take that under advisement because I just did see that in passing. Just diving in with Ivo Schur, who is continuing the colour coordinated theme with the towel and the water bottle and his pain cave. Do you know, I bet his wardrobe's organised in colour order. I bet his colours like his wardrobe's white and blue and black.
Well, at the moment, it's Jesse Langevin who's pushing on at the front. Nicholas Fournier's just come over the top. Timothy Brook now coming. Whoa! Timothy Brook just with a late surge there, not coming through and taking it. Nicholas Fournier goes in to green.
And that sprint there really did show. I mean, that pack was all together rolling in there, and it was just about getting the timing right. Fournier just accelerated. He got his momentum right, takes away maximum points in that sprint competition so far. But of course, this is sprint number 1, so 5 points for Fournier, taking that lead on. And our next sprint, though, at the top of the climb on to the plateau. So the Frenchman on your screens in person, current wearer of the green skin suit as sprint winner. He's up at the front, and Fournier definitely, I think, has got the power and the pace to be in at sprints 2 and 3. So may well look at taking those and then see what happens on that final climb. Whether that final climb is for Nicholas, we will have to wait and see as we go a bit further down the road, because we are seeing polka dot skin suit in action, and that is because category 6, Sebastian Barjanowski, has taken away the first points, the 5 points for leading over the top of our first climb, the Vessel Rock climb segment.
Big gap as well.
Yeah, he really has opened that up, hasn't he? What's
18
that time
seconds. So 18 seconds between Bachowski and Kalangad. So Joshua Kalangad coming through for 4 points. Pablo Botero coming through for 3rd, which is 3 points. Orlando Montoya taking 2 points in 4th. And Wojciech Skierski taking 1 point for 5th.
So those are your point scorers.
And I have to say, it's still a
Yeah.
very big group at the top of that climb. And we're looking at 20 riders in the first group. And then, well, it is around a 6-second gap back to another good-sized group.
So split starting to occur. Pablo Botero there, just a quick wide down there. Casquette, nice hat as well for Pablo. So excellent to see, and good to see Pablo on our screens as well. Tapping out that rhythm at the moment, having come over the top of the climb. They're going to drop down now, and this is where Botero and the rest of this group really have to be very, very smart about where they put their energy in, because as you can see on the top right-hand side of the screen, we dip down. It then rises again, and then it levels out again. Then we rise up, and then it drops. Then we go through the sprint, and it rises and drops. This plateau is not flat by any stretch of the imagination.
And if anybody watched the women's race, because the Vessel Rock climb and plateau was indeed in the women's race, the men are going up the other way round.
Yes, they're basically doing the road in the opposite direction.
They are, exactly.
Which means it's a standard climb with no descents on the way up, but then a bit of a steppy descent on the far side. We'll leave category 6 and Sebastian Bachowski on his way across that plateau. Category 2 waiting patiently in the pens, or maybe impatiently. That's one of the things we don't have a graphic or for at the moment. A patience gauge across the screen. That'd be very difficult to measure. Some really strong riders and teams in category 2. It's an absolutely ferocious category. We do say that week in, week out. Taking away the victory in the team competition last week in qualifier, week number 1, was Gloria Victis. Nathan Guerra, who took a 2nd place in the race in a sprint for the line, leading home Jakob Bjorklund and Mark Santo, the 3 scorers for the Gloria Victis team. But they have got a real battle on their hands in category 2. The Abu Dhabi team of Bird, Nuki, Mare will be looking forward to the climbs. Beast Mode and Friends are here with 3 riders. You've got Gloria Victis, as we said, Level Elite are here. Team de Fast strong in the finals at the end of October. They are here with Basin, Jacobs, Kilding and Betty. The UAE Clan team, Mr. X100, Pablo Popovic and SS. So many riders who could figure in this race in category 2 on qualifier 2. It's time to go racing.
Oh, the green jerseys of Category 2 are out of the pen. David Kowalski and Josh Power have come up from Category 3 into Category 2 this week. And Mads Buster, who took the win against Nathan Guerra last week, up into Category 1. So congratulations to all three of those riders. The progression, really looking forward to seeing what you do. So Mads Buster took the win in Category 2. Nathan Guerra ran him. Those two had a right royal battle last week. SS finished in third alongside Peter Milostic, Carlos Ospina. Those three really were also on each other's wheels. X100, Wozniak, Khan Kayan, Damsgaard and Cahill rounded out the top 10. In fact, I'm just taking a little bit of a look actually because 30 seconds separated the top 15 riders in Category 2 last week. It was really fast and furious and the racing was superb.
It was, and what a real battle that we saw Simon Parder Cooper take part in last week. Good to see him on our screens in person as well. Very neatly organised pain cave there in the background as well. And the rider from the Netherlands at the moment on the move. The Netherlands having a good weekend already, in fact.
Oh, are you referring to the European Cyclocross Championships?
Indeed, the women's race was
with orange.
packed yesterday with orange. If you haven't watched the race, it's a really exciting race. And congratulations to a rider who I actually know personally. Inga van der Heijden took a win, taking away the championship title.
Some people may not have watched it yet.
Too late now. Ahead of Lucinda Brand, who's absolutely on form and who's podiumed in the last 40 cyclocross races. Bit of an ever-present person. We're in with
Phil Graves, Olivier Simmons, ever-present people.
They are. And interestingly, when it comes to the overall ever sprint wins in the Hall of Fame, I had a little look at who has taken the most sprints across all of the men's race field categories.
In all categories. Bigley Simmons.
It is Olivier Bigley, the most sprintiest rider in the planet ever.com. We're using so many words that are not words there, it's untrue. Olivier Simmons, absolutely class act. He's taken 36 sprint overall titles on Sunday Race Club. And he's ahead of a rider who's actually at the World Championships, Ruben Dont in second.
Look at that. So Olivier Simmons in 1 for the SRC Sprint Hall of Fame, Ruben Dont in 2, Jessica Hamilton in 3.
And Natalia Rizek in 4 with Bridget Walensky in 5. Catherine Montoya in 6, and Foster in 7, SS in 8.
Joel Warren in 9, and Jasper Paradians in 10.
Yeah.
Olivier Simmons, that is one table to top.
Yeah, I'd be getting a picture of that if I was Olivier Simmons, apart from when you're attacking into the descent, which we know he's likely to do as well. And don't let it discount on the fact that he's actually a rider who today could be in the mix. I know, I mean, you run us through the overall. You said that sprint with Guerra and Buster at the end was fantastic. Yeah. And Buster got the better of that. But Nathan Guerra did take the overall sprint competition from Vidal Mayer, Olivier Simmons and Peter Milostic. The King of the Mountains winner last week was Mr. X100 ahead of his teammate on the UAE clan team, SS. Then Giselle Betty and Mads Buster and Nathan Guerra. So some very familiar names in the mix there at the front of the racing. And another familiar face on our screens, David Nitko. Good to see you, David. And in action once again. And right at the in the big pack here that's rolling its way down. Right place, right time. Can he make the most of it? That's the question.
Yes.
Does he go for the sprints or does he go for the overall?
Oh, good question. And we will find out. But Vidal Mayer, Yves Niederhauser, Frederick Gombert, David Nitko, all together. That Category 2 pack rolling and rolling fast on the right-hand side of your screen as we're going to drop in with the Category 1 pack who are down in the start pen. 38 riders on the start sheets in Category 1 today.
There are indeed, and the teams competition, always a real battle. Alpha Jaw coming to the fore in that team competition last week as we saw Ollie Jones along with Mikhail Kaminsky and Lionel Vajassin all come inside the top 5. I thought a really incredible performance by the Alpha Jaw squad. Cycling District 1. Alves, Machado and Diaz also doing a great job. They came in and they came through as the second team. Racing, but all of our riders in Category 1 are going to be aware of the fact that we have the World Championships coming up on Saturday, and that is potentially going to change what people do in this race today in Category 1, because there are so many representatives of Category 1 in the Sunday Race Club who are racing the World Championship finals as well. It's Category 1. It's Qualifier 2 on the Sunday Race Club. The last qualifier before we go to the World Championships. Let's see what happens.
Category 1 are out of the pen. Jason Osborne in the World Championship jersey, defending champion from 2024 going into that race next Saturday. He's resplendent on the Sunday Race Club and has been all year in that jersey. It's been absolutely fantastic to see the 2024 World Champion race week in, week out. And my jaw has just dropped because I've just taken a little look. Jason Osborne took the win last week. In Category 1, and I'll tell you why my jaw has dropped in a small moment after we've watched the Category 2 riders go through the sprint.
Martin Trojanowski just taking the win in the Category 2 sprint competition here today on qualifier race number 2. So Trojanowski on Q2 in Cat 2, taking top spot number 1.
Yes.
In sprint 1.
Yes.
Go on. Why did your jaw drop?
Because I'm on last week's results, and Jason Osborne took the win by 51 seconds from a big sprint bunch behind. But I'm looking at Jason's stats at the moment. He set a 20-minute personal best during that race in terms of total watts. He also set a 5-minute personal best during that race.
So what was his 20-minute wattage?
444 watts.
And we have to put that into context, don't we? This, you can't comparing indoor wattage with outdoor wattage is like comparing apples and oranges, isn't it? You can't do it. This is a specialist thing done in a very controlled environment. That is a phenomenal power output.
It is, but I'll let you know, Ollie Jones won the sprint behind for second place against Michael Kaminsky, Lanov Yasin and Pavel Skirski. He set third power bests during that race. So he too really looking on form. Pavel Skirski on our screen at the moment in that Poland jersey. He set second best ever power stats in that race last week. All of these riders are coming into superb form, and it is going to be one massive race next week. But we've got one massive race today first, and Skirski is going to have his eyes on the prize.
And really good to see him wearing that Polish skin suit, the national skin suit of Poland. He will be making his way to his first World Championships. But that doesn't discount you from taking a medal, because Pavel Skirski going there on his first time of asking. Am I right in thinking that we've got Casper Bormans in the race field here today? I've seen him on our screens, and his very first cycling esports race
was the World Championships last year. He took a wild card to the World Championships last year for 2024 and came away with the bronze medal. He is on the start sheets today and in the Sunday Race Club today. A second wild card for him going into the 2025 Cycling Esports World Championships as that bronze medal winner. So it's going to be really good to see what he can do as well today on the Sunday Race Club, but then again, obviously, next week. And in fact, he'll be the youngest racer in that race field. And
it shows you, being a young rider, being new to or relatively new to the sport, or on your first World Championships, is no bar to taking away a medal, because it is possible to do that up against some of the established names. At the moment, the riders away from the start here on Qualifier 2 on the Sunday Race Club, which is each and every Sunday of the year. We will be here next Sunday in a post-World Championship caffeine-fueled Sunday Race Club days, potentially, because it's going to be a busy run into those World Championships, which are on Saturday. Sunday Race Club on Sunday. Busy weekend for lots of the riders, particularly those who race the World Championships in person. They're on the stage, 22 men, 22 women, the best in the world, racing for that world title. The primary purpose, the main goal, the reason it exists, the World Championships, it's to find out who is our world champion. It's not an advert for the sport. It's to find out the world champion. It is not about giving you a whole load of fun, or even me something to talk about. It's all about crowning that world champion, because our athletes are the absolute stars of the show, and we cannot wait to see them in action. See who will pull on the rainbow jersey. Will it be Jason Osborne pulling on the rainbow jersey as defending champion, taking it back? Will we see a new face up there taking on the very front of the racing? What are three amazing stages that the men and women are going to be taking on? the riders on our screens. I look at the riders on our screens, and I'm just looking at
brilliant.
them thinking, you are all being really smart here. Nobody is giving it big beans down this descent.
Micro rest, rest. Push on. Look at that. Ollie Jones is ready to go. I predict a sprint from Ollie Jones.
That's not difficult. I thought it was interesting there that Matthias Van Heat sat down there, none of the riders just ticking his legs around. Skierski Kaminsky sat resting. Michael Kaminsky's got a racing haircut, you notice. Racing haircut is one which is super short and allows the maximum cooling.
So's Mr. Van Hee. I would like to know how Matthias Van Hee is finding Category 1, having progressed after that phenomenal semi-final performance. Well, Pavel Skierski at the moment pushing on the front, really, really diving here. Jeffrey Malheur's gone up to 14 watts per kilo to try and contend this sprint. They are still around 150 metres away. Skierski still tries to drive. You can see him on the right-hand side of your screen on the bottom. Malheur has gone head-to-head with him. Malheur, I think, came over the top there to take that sprint at the Siamese Rock Sprint. Well, it was one big drive from Category 1.
It was a big drive from Category 1. Interestingly, that it was Jeffrey Malheur who went over the top of the climb, so top of the flat into that descent first. He goes through, he takes the top spot, 5 points from Pavel Skierski, who takes 4. Jesper Paradin's taking 3 points now. Pedersen taking 2, and 1 point going to Mikhail Kaminsky. Now, 72 riders, 71, 72 riders coming in ahead of the riders in Category 1, showing that they weren't charging into that descent maybe as quick as they should have done. But this group now coming back together once again here on the Sunday race. Look, Category 1 just reformed. Well, back in with Category 2 here, and as we go through 2 of our real stars of Category 2, looking to wind this up on the front. The symbol comes out, the immersion comes out from Mr. X100. Let's get working together. Let's make this hard. He will want to make this climb tough. You can see on the radar view, top right-hand side, that satellite navigation view, that the riders have a sinuous set of turns. The hairpin climbs coming up in front. Krasnich, X100, Grace, SS Simmons all up at the front here where we would expect to see them. But this is why they are so good. Phil Grace with the overall record, the most participations ever by a Sunday Race Club rider. He continues to tick up those. I think this is 202.
That's a nice little number, isn't
202.
it? The same each way.
There's a word for that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, at the moment, let's not worry about the words for that. Let's take a look at the fact that Krasnich, X100, Simmons, Graves and SS are off the front of the group. Jan Kaplinski chasing behind with Bjarhead. In fact, SS not quite on at the moment. The riders here continuing to push the pack. Well, it's a big group behind as they go into the next climb.
And this climb at 11K, kicking it off the start of the Vessel Rock climb. They've done a couple of roller coasters on the way in to this climb. This climb, it's because, as Emma said earlier on, is the ascent of the plateau onto the Vessel Rock plateau, the opposite direction. You've got to go up the steep side, and it's a continuous climbing. Rick van Urk right in the mix here, that familiar pain cave of his as he gets out of the saddle here. 12% is the slope that's being ascended here by Rick as he goes up. You saw him go out of the saddle, lift and put the power down. Still has the energy to wave.
I love the fact he's always smiling.
Morgan to Rick. Good to see him. I have no idea how our riders have the energy to wave, smile whilst racing at the front of the race.
Well, Ivan Nuki down in the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club. The room is empty this week. Each week we've dropped in with him. The boxes have got smaller and smaller.
You're watching that very carefully.
I have been watching it very carefully. Ivan Nuki now in an empty room. Empty other than Ivan himself and his kit for the Sunday Race Club. Fabulous to see him on the screen. He's up and out the saddle, dancing on those pedals on the climb at the moment. Part and parcel of the front of this Category 2 pack. X100, well, he's one of those riders up the road.
Indeed, always on the offensive when it goes uphill, looking to stretch his legs out and to make this tough. Betty, Mel, Kaplinski, Lewis, Guerra, Power all in the mix behind here. Interesting, Josh Power moving up from Category 3 to Category 2, right in the mix as they come around this left-hand turn. They've still got another right and left hairpin with then that slightly shorter right-hand turn. Just Sail Betty in the mix as well. Betty definitely one to watch as we go through. This is a course that's going to suit Betty with that climb at the finish. But there's some riders on some big form at the moment, though. The UAE climb team can take it easy because they've got Mr. X100 up the road. Betty, though, will have to think about how hard he wants to go here. How much gap can he let a rider like X100 go? There is a long run.
Oh, it's a long race today. 55 kilometres of racing. They're at the 12-kilometre marker.
They are. And when they get to the summit at 13.5k, to the start of the next categorized climb is 49.4k. It's 35.9k. So summit of this climb to the start of the next categorized climb is nearly 36 kilometers. Those 36 kilometers, okay, there's some bumps in the road on the plateau and on the flatlands, but they're not big climbs.
You have to commit if you were going to time trial that far.
Well, it could be one way of making life hard for everybody, that's for sure. We will have to see if that's what happens in Category 2 as we see a solo leader off the front. Currently in with Ollie Jones, one of the hot favourites. Many people's pick as a real contender at the World Championships. The riders in Category 1, it really does contain a real who's who of cycling esports, that's for sure.
Well, it does, along with a plethora of other riders in there as well. So Milur is there for Yasin Jones, Morelli, and Paradians, Tugels, Ramirez. I've just seen Magnus Kulser in there as well. He's fairly new to the Sunday Race Club, really coming on board for those semi-finals. So great to still see new riders coming in, week out, across all of our race categories.
And if you are just joining us on the Sunday Race Club, thank you very much for joining us. It's really good to have you with us, both in person, if you're watching in avatar form, or like Arnie Jacobs, both, because you're watching, riding, and being watched simultaneously. We can see him in person and his avatar in action at the moment. Arnie Jacobs, definitely a rider to watch. I think he's got to stay, for me, Jacobs' tactics here, stay in the group, and get to that final climb. Treat number one, part one of the final climb, as a real finishing point. Work harder, then do a little bit of recovery in the middle, sort of the roller coaster bit of the climb, and then that final climb will be a real test. We'll see what they can do. At the moment, Category 2 looking to close down our leader, Mr. X100, Martin Omdahl. He had a good race last week. He was right at the front of that climb competition.
First race in Category 2 as well.
Yeah, he was up there mixing it. He moved up the category, and yet, not messing about, straight in there and taking on the riders currently at the moment. This group, it is closing down on our solo leader, but look at the damage that's done behind on the top right-hand side of your screen. It is dot to dot down here.
You can really see that, can't you? And the riders who have come off the back of that Category 2 pack, the pack at the front, really big. 71 riders on the start sheets in Category 2 today. So you can see the size of the group. They've whittled it down a lot, but it is still a massive group. The gap to X100 coming down. It's now at 6 seconds. Kaplinski, Nuki, Walter, Guerra, Bendetti, all doing a great job. But X100 is going to go underneath that polka dot banner in one and take that polka dot skin suit. Job done if that was the goal. Nuki, Kaplinski, SS, Berlin, Betty and Guerra all coming through behind. That is Ivan Nuki behind you. He is, I just taken a look. He's going to be just outside, I think. No, he's not. He's not just outside. Ivan Nuki is going to pick up 4 points in that competition. Kaplinski picks up 3, SS 2, and Berlin 1.
So Mr. X100 coming in ahead of Ivan Nuki, the rider that's on your screens at the moment, as Nuki's avatar goes alongside the polka dot skin suit being worn by Mr. X100's avatar at the moment. Mr. X100 starting the climbs as he finished last week, going over the top of the climb. Category winner onto the climb. Let's just quickly run you through the winners in each of our categories on the Vessel Rock climbing.
Sorry, can I just say, 45 riders in that leading group in category
it's
2.
Huge. It's huge. So category 1 are on the way up. Mr. X100 has been the last of our leaders that we've just seen go through. He's leading category 2 at the top of that Vessel Rock climb from Nuki, Kaplinski and SS, as Emma said, with Burning coming through behind. That's category 2. In category 3, Gillo from Steadman, from Torres and Schur, as we start to see a bit of a move on the front in category 1.
Yeah, and it's Stefan van Elst who is pushing on. We're in with Johan Noren, and we've seen him riding strongly and climbing strongly before. He's in the pack alongside Pucker and Van He, Pedersen and Morel. Safrazadi is in there as well, but it's Stefan van Elst showing the group his heels at the moment.
Instantly closed down. There you can see the rainbow jersey there of Jason Osborne very quickly onto the wheels, moves up onto the front. They're picking up riders who've been dropped from the category 2 race who started 5 minutes in front, and Van Elst in action. The Iceman, well, he's going to be cool in those Ks, and he's looking a little bit warm at the moment. No danger of melting at the moment. We'll see if he can keep that ice cold steely nerve a little bit further on. That attack, that little bit of a move, just testing the legs of the rest of the riders, seeing who wants to take up the pace. And with a number of riders, and we'll go through them in a minute, racing in the World Championship finals coming up, it's going to be very testing as we see another move going on the front. But guess what? This is an early move. This is an early attack. And guess who has just opened the throttles? It's the current world champion. It's Jason Osborne at 12 watts per kilo. We are not even at the top of the climb yet, and he has stretched his legs. He's opened the gap, and everybody behind is now going, oh no, you're kidding me. This is going to be a tough day at the office.
Well, I'll tell you something. If Jason Osborne is going for the polka dot banner, he's got sort of around just over 1,000 meters to go. If he's going for the win, well, he's got around 40-something kilometers to go. Dan Turek on your screen at the moment, eyes glued to that screen in front of him. Part and parcel of that Alpha Jaw squad, but he's part and parcel of the group behind. And well, look at that, 16 seconds to Osborne already. The world champion, the defending title holder going into next week, is going, right, guys, I'm just giving you a flavour of what you've got to face next week if you want to beat me. But I can also tell you, it's not one long climb next week.
It's not. I think there's a real good comment just come in literally as you said that, Emma, which comes from Go Your Own Way, which is Tasty hit out before the finals, Osborne doing Osborne things. And I think that ties in very much with what you just said there. He's gone on the front, and now Panizza, who we're in with at the moment, and the rest of these riders are looking at this going, right, what do we do? Where do we chase? Riccardo Panizza's going to those World Championships for Italy.
But Riccardo Panizza is a punchy rider. You know, the 3 stages, very different to Sunday Race Club. It's points race for the World Championship title. It's not a scratch race. And there will be people in the mix that aren't on the top 3 steps of the Sunday Race Club, because it's not Sunday Race Club. It's a World Championships. It's a very different race.
A very different race, but class is class. And we will see if it's the same class riders up there. Interesting to see the 5 riders on your screens. Cheer for Justin Kaminski, Jones and Panizza, as we see Kaminski here. I'll tell you something, he has timed his form to perfection, because he was mid-pack for a few months in the summer, in the Northern Hemisphere summer. Not at the moment. He's right at the front. He's really got his form honed to come to the best he can be at the World Championships.
Well, that's the right thing.
And it is, and it's coming good. Now, look at this. He's on the front here. There's only Osborne in front of him. Kaminski set himself a target. I'm going to go for those World Championships. I'm going to be in the best form I can be. I'll do what I can do. He's done that process, and the reward comes. He's second coming over the climb. And the only person who's in front is the current world champion.
Well, he's picked his target for the year, isn't he?
Yeah. Brilliant.
And he's trained for it, and now showing that form that Jason Osborne leads through the Category 1 pack at that Vessel Rock climb. X100 led through Category 2. Trujillo led through Category 3. The young rider Fabian Tapia led through Category 4. Zenkun Wang led through Category 5. And Sebastian Bachowski led through Category 6.
And all of the results for the climb and all of our split segments are available on MyWhoosh.com. Go to the results pages, click on to
They're
Sunday
live
Race
right
Stop.
now.
They're live right now on the men's qualifier race number 2. You can separate them out by category, by the sprints, by the checkpoints, or by the climbs, by the finish, whatever you want to go on there. Jason Osborne taking that checkpoint ahead of Mikhail Kaminsky, followed by Bjorn Andreasen and Joshua Harris, with Leonard Chugels rounding out the point scorers with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. Interestingly, though, all but Jason Osborne, very similar time to Mr. X100.
Well, yes. 14 riders in the group chasing Jason Osborne. 3 riders, well, they were gapped at around 2 seconds. So Jakob Dane, Harvard Glesnes, and Jasper Paradians, I would expect, could get back onto that lead group and make it a chase group of 17 riders. Van He, Kulset, Pucker, Van Elst, also with a little bit of work to do, so is Bormans and Vink.
Now, just over the top of the climb, we've just seen Category 2 go through. That is the Face Rock Sprint, with Omdahl taking that sprint from Urca, from Mel Kalman, and then Mr. X100, who's been pulled back into the group. So, they sort of all came back together again, effectively. But then it's still strung out because they've gone through the sprint. Omdahl in the green jersey, top right-hand side of your screen on Category 2 as our sprint leader. Just coming onto our big screen here, the polka dot jersey being worn by Mr. X100 in Category 2. Category 3 at the moment a bit further down the road. Category 4 further still. Category 4 at the moment in the red jerseys. They're at 28 kilometres. There's some 12 kilometres ahead on the road of Category 1, who are the main group on the top left-hand side of your screen, all but Jason Osborne, who's already gone clear.
Yeah, and I can tell you from looking at that screen, we've got Osborne out in the lead. We've got 23 riders in that main group in Category 1. Category 3 on your screen at the moment, Squilari and Pitilla, 2 riders just pushing on there, and take a look at that. They're taking a small group with them from the main bunch. So at the 26.2 kilometre marker, it is all starting to split in Category 3, and that really is because of the work Squilari is doing on the front at the moment.
It is. He's got the opportunity here actually to pull clear a group of what is 6 riders, including himself. And this, for me, really, really key. If he can break this little group clear, Scolari, Bloom, Patella, got Morgan in there. Tom is leading the charge behind, but not making ground. Travis Barrett in that group. It's a good group at the front, and 5 is a great number because apart from the fact you can count it on the fingers of one hand, which is a benefit for me, it's also a great number to get in there. 5 or 6 riders, you can actually rotate. You'll work together.
Yeah, I agree, but there is a real challenge in terms of where they are on the course at the moment. They've just come off of the Vessel Rock plateau. They've down on the bottom, there's one little blip that they've just gone over, a small bump in the road. Now it is a very flat run through to the 7 rollers that are the next technical feature ahead of them. It's really a non-entity section of the course, so to speak, and a bigger pack will roll quicker in the draft.
It will, and it will have the advantage even over things like, because we're going to go into the Alpha Car Hills the backwards way round to the one that we've traditionally gone, which is those 7 rollers, and we'll see how these riders handle this. Bloom, Scolari on your screens in person, as well as the avatars on screen. Both riders in this leading group in Category 3 at the moment, with this slight gap. And it's so much about now how many people are prepared to work behind, how many people are panicking that they've missed the move, how hard do they want to chase? Because with this group going clear at the front, even if it doesn't stay clear, they will have succeeded in putting a little bit of disturbance into the
and more
thoughts
riders
behind.
crossing the gap.
Yeah, and if they do, they're having to put in energy. It's going to save them a lot of work maybe later on for that leading group.
Well, Category 2 with 2 riders down the road at the moment, Nathan Guerra and SS. Danger signals should be going off behind. Camille Danny's, Jonas Bjarhead, Alexei Kalman on the front of the pack. In fact, Danny's a little bit in no man's land at the moment, trying to cross the gap. There you go, crossing over to Guerra and SS. Berlin Jacobs, X100, Damsgaard, Ibrahim in the pack behind. And this too is dangerous at the 20.8 kilometre marker. They are about to hit the final descent off of the plateau. You can see that descent just ahead of them on that graphic. And the momentum picking up. If I was these two, if I was SS and Guerra, I'd be pushing into this descent and picking up momentum quickly.
And it isn't just a straight descent, and that momentum really key because you're going to then be driving back over the lumps and bumps on the way through. Now, this is where we're going to get a good time check because Jason Osborne just going in through our sprint checkpoint at the 18.2 kilometre marker. And you can see at the moment he hasn't opened a huge gap. From when he came over the top of the Vessel Rock climb 4.7 kilometres ago, he'd opened a bit of a gap. But at the moment, Osborne, well, it's only a few seconds to Pedersen and Andreas. 10 seconds is not a lot in the big scheme of things when you've got what's in front of our riders.
Yeah, but there is a bit of a gap behind. So Osborne leading them through in terms of category 1. Omdahl led through category 2. Langevin led through category 3. Natari category 4. Cridland category 5. And Kozel category 6. Now, back to Jason Osborne. He went through in 24:28, 10 seconds ahead of Niall Pedersen, who was, 4 seconds ahead of Andreasen. Then Skierski going through Vujasin, Kulsat, Kaminsky, Pucker, Glednes, Dane, Turek, Bormans, Harris, Knudsen, Van Hee, Safrazadi, Panitza Jones, Noran, Paradians, Ika Morel, Tugels, and Vink all going through behind.
So some riders, I think, saving something potentially for next week, maybe just wanting a little bit of a steady head out after a very hard week. Some riders riding right on the limit as we take a look. Right-hand side, we just seen SS and Nathan Guerra, Mistex 100, absolutely dialing this as they came up over the top. Danes, though, looking incredibly strong in that leading group of 3. They've really... when they're using the uphill section, they're on the descent, but there are uphill sections in the descent. They've been nailing it, and we're starting to see maybe a little bit of the same behind.
Yeah, you are in category 2. In category 1, what we've got is a chase group of 3, and Pavel Skierski now trying to get into the mix and make it a chase group of 4 behind Osborne. They really are now starting to try and break that large group up.
Well, let's see what they can do. Can they break it apart? Can they take away a breakaway of 4? That would really be a change as they come in on that long run across in towards our final climb, which is the Heritage Climb, which will see us going up towards our race, finishing all of our race categories. Category 6, the first to leave. Category 1, the last to leave. This is Category 2, who are well and truly on this descent. Not long before they hit the flatlands at the bottom, and then it is that long run through. It is a long old race today for our riders, 55 kilometres with 761 metres of ascent. Fueling will be key. Now, Emma, you said very different race here today to the World Championships earlier on, and it's going to suit different riders in different ways because it's a points race. It's almost very similar to having the MyWhoosh Championship stage race because we saw so many races within races there, and riders like Simon Walter and Mark Santa really riding strongly in that championship race, the stage race that we saw this summer.
Yes. We saw a lot of riders actually from the Sunday Race Club riding really well in that MyWhoosh Championships this summer. That 7 stages over 8 days. It was a fantastic week of racing, and the riders doing an absolutely sterling job. And the Category 2 riders here closing everything down and riding really strongly again today. It really is very, very tactical racing in Category 2 and such strong, fast, hard racing as well. Guerra coming back into the pack and it all coming together again. SS is in the mix as well now because Nitko, Walter, Santo, Mundell, Ibrahim have worked to bring them back.
And it's that work that's being done, that expenditure of energy, the group coming back together, the attacks that keep on going. Pierre Fell now on the move at 6 watts per kilo, attacking off the front of this group. Kalman very close to his wheels at the moment, going over the top. Van Erker right in the mix. So is Mendakowicz. We saw Massey Mendakowicz go for a long breakaway. And we'll have to see what happens as they keep on going out on to the further slopes. This descent down, though, at the moment, we keep on seeing riders having a little bit of a dig, a little bit of a pop, and then try and get themselves back in together again. Very tough stuff out on the course. Now, the Category 6 riders, they set off first. They were the first riders away. At the moment, leading the sprints competition, we are now at 37.6k with Category 6. We've one more sprint to go at the moment. It is Warren leading the sprints competition, and that's Ola Warren who leads our sprint competition in that green jersey, in the green skin suit. So he's just tucked nicely in that group. But this is a huge group of Category 6 riders. Bachowski also in the mix here. He's got the climber skin suit in that polka dot competition. And at the moment, as you can see, we're just shy of 20 riders, I think, in this main group. This is it's a pretty steady run along at the moment.
Yes.
I'm saying pretty steady because I know they're going to be working hard. We're in with Cosimo Mancino, another great ad. Cosimo, again, I'm loving the figures here today. Cosimo, one of our real characters on the MyWhoosh Sunday race. So you, sir, are
That
indeed
is so
Superman.
cool. That is so cool. I mean, I've always loved the ducks because, well, why not? I've got some Olympic ducks from when the London Olympics were on. They were part and parcel of the, the sort of paraphernalia you could buy. But the little man on the bike, that is seriously cool.
Yes, each time we go into Cosimo, there's another little addition to the collection. We soon see Cosimo tucked right in the middle. And that's one of the things we love about the Pancake. Thank you to all of the riders.
Personality.
Yeah, it's personality. All those riders who give us those shots into your pain caves week in, week out on the Sunday Race Club. Thank you very much. Don't forget, if you are racing and you want to maybe just share your sense of humour with us, maybe your pain cave, your artwork. We've got all sorts of riders, or just how hard it is to ride and race and maybe take the win, because we do see our winners on screen as they take that win sometimes. Then make sure that you do exactly what Rudolph Bertram has done. Make sure that your name matches your riding name, so it's got to be spelt the same. Make sure that you go into that Zoom room, get the camera the right way around, and then join. And then we'll be joining you as we're joining Rudolph Bertrand, who had a great race last week.
He did have a great race last week, and because he was in the Zoom room, we were able to watch the finale with him. But if anybody who races the Sunday Race Club is wondering where they find that information as to how to get into the Zoom room, it is on the email that comes out to you with the entry list each week.
Yes, it's not public knowledge. It's not published on the website. It is coming to you as a rider who is entered in this. So it's on that email. Make sure you dive on there. Now, it's Zhenkong Wang, the rider we're just in with at the moment, looking pretty warm at the moment as he's making his way along here. Another rider who had a fantastic week. He was battling for the climbs competition in the that climbing competition.
He had a really good week.
Another great ride for him. So good morning to Zenken, who at the moment is just in this leading group in Category 5. Interesting to see as they come into the roller coaster sections.
Shop.
Really? No.
He finished.
Obvious.
I know, but he finished 9th last week.
Yes.
In that Category 5 race, and in that polka dot skin suit today, he's already showing his intention because it is one long climb at the end.
It is indeed. Interesting comment. If you do go in, do expect people to comment on your pancakes. It does happen on the way through, or your beard in the case of Rudolph Bertrand, who has got some very undeniably amazing facial hair. Beard is on, come on, do definitely. It is. It's brilliant. I'll tell you something. It is. It's really interesting. I think one of the things about cycling esports, there's so many different characters, so many different people, so many different backgrounds.
It's brilliant.
It's every spectrum of person out there. It's fantastic. Now, in with Category 2, we talk about big race reveals and big race bunches still together. This is ginormous.
It is. Well, it's Category 2. They're at the 28.1 kilometre marker into a 55 kilometre race. And the pace is on at the moment. There are no slouches in Category 2, and they are constantly looking for a way to push the race and make the race hard. And they have to, because the strength and depth in this race field is just phenomenal. One of those riders who is really strong and a really great all-rounder is Kaan Kayhan. He's the rider on your screen at the moment. Turkish rider in the mix. Always expect him to go well in the sprint, expect him to go well on the climb. When we first met him on the Sunday Race Club and the MyWhoosh Championships a couple of years ago, we really, really thought he was his main strength was sprinting, but it really is now. He's a great all-round rider. Bert Kane is in there as well in Category 2. He's always there or thereabouts, and it really is a joy to watch him race.
And it's great to see the riders from Turkey here and the race, and it's a real hotbed of cycling across all sorts of disciplines, and the nation very much supporting that.
A lot of cycling infrastructure in Turkey as well, actually.
There is indeed a lot of support there. Indeed, Ataturk, the man who formed the nation, in fact, who Turkey is named after, would be very proud indeed, because he was a very proud man of Turkey, and ended up with a nation named after him, Ataturk, Turkey.
Well, X100 on the front of the pack at the moment. Guerra yet again on the wheel. Category 1, we drop back in 26.2 kilometres at the moment. Kaminsky, Jones, Pedersen, Skierski, Osborne, Andreasen, all in this lead group. They've got Jamie Cahill from Category 2 in the mix on the wheel.
Let me on.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to you likely. The race behind Leonard Chugels with the rest of the group at 20 seconds. So the lead group has indeed formed, and Jason Osborne is part of it.
So I think it's a really interesting mix here when we look at who's racing in the World Championships here and who isn't. World Championships race field, let's quickly run through those riders and then compare that to who's in the leading breakaway. Racing in the World Championships, there are 22 men who will be contending the World Championships finals in Abu Dhabi live. Jason Osborne, Michael Vink, Paul Skierski, Bjorn Andreasen, Ollie Jones, Leonard Chugels, Hayden Pucker, Josh Harris, Kel Power, Mikko Kaminsky, Stefan Van Elst, Ricardo Panizza, along with Niall Pedersen, Ruben Dont, Jasper Paradines, Thomas Stroll, Matthias Van Hee, Hava Gednes, along with Daniel Chirek, Neil Fryak, Casper Bommers, and Lionel Vijacin. The breakaway contains riders who really are going to figure strongly and are coming to form in the shape of Kaminsky, Jones, who's got the right mix for the courses, Skierski, who has emerged as one of the real contenders and challengers, and defending champion Osborne in the mix here with Pedersen. This really is a breakaway to be in.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, Bjorn Andreasen is a previous world champion. Jason Osborne is defending world champion. He's had 2 titles already. Niall Pedersen, somebody on the chat last week said he really is getting his training to perfection for the World Championships, and great to see him in this lead group. Bjorn, we know Mikhail Kaminsky is coming on strong. We know what an amazing kick Ollie Jones has. And Paweł Skierski, the young mountain biker from Poland, who has now dedicated himself to esports, really coming through and just showing us how punchy he is and how driven he is to perform as well.
And do you think this is showing who wants a hard workout this week and who doesn't? Because there's a number of big names in the group behind who maybe would have had the opportunity to chase, but maybe thinking they've got half an eye on next Saturday. Thinking,
I wouldn't have half an eye. I'd have both eyes fully glued.
Well, so would
Saturday.
I if it was a World Championship, but these riders are top class. They can do so much. You know, you've got to, they're weighing that up and they're weighing up what they do this week. And I mean, we talk about even this week, the last few months, we've seen that training coming.
And what you've also got to remember
effect
is the riders for the World Championships are flying into Abu Dhabi from all around the world.
Yes.
For some of those, it'll be a 6-hour flight. For some of them, it'll be 15, 16, 17 hours of flying. They are coming in from different places around the world. They'll have different programs to get themselves there, and they will be looking at fatigue as well as form.
Indeed. And then to be on stage and perform on the biggest stage in cycling esports for the World Championships, last year's trailblazing World Championships with the riders live on stage with all of that race action brought to you. You can watch that back on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel or on Twitch TV. We'll be heading out and bringing you all of that race action again this coming Saturday. Just to give you a heads up when the timings are, when you can be watching. All these times are in Gulf Standard Time. So you need to convert that to wherever you are in the world. But Gulf Standard Time is the time zone for Abu Dhabi where the finals are. If you are there, go watch it live. Don't watch it on telly. Watch it live. You watch it on TV and play, because the best experience you will get at any sports event ever.com is live in person, watching everything, experiencing the trade shows, looking at the exhibits, looking at all of the goodies on offer, looking at the riders, watching them warming up, really getting into the atmosphere. And that doesn't matter what cycling discipline it is. Make sure that you're there if you can get there. If you can't, Then on Saturday, the opening ceremony kicks off proceedings at 5:20. The first of our racing comes to you. The women's racing kicks off at 6 o'clock, and that will run through to about 7:30. 3 stages, the same 3 stages that are used for the men's racing, which is 8 o'clock through to about 9:30. Then there's the Elite Awards ceremonies, and then the closing ceremony, rounding everything off just before 10:30. So, lots of things to watch. Make sure you get yourself prepared. It's a bit like watching the Super Bowl, but nowhere near as long. If you get yourself some food, some snacks, some supplies, there are some breaks, some gaps in between the stages. There's also gaps between the women's and the men's races as the stage and the preparation is going to be switched over. We're going to be bringing you all of that action on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and Twitch TV. So make sure that you get yourself subscribed. Hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're watching it. It's going to be some amazing racing. It's not first across the line. It's points racing. We've got drones chasing people, zapping them and freezing them on the climb, eliminating them. We have got a single lap, multi-sprint, multi-climb stage 2. We've got a sprinter's paradise, as it's named. It does what it says on the tin for stage 3. 8 laps of a 1.5K circuit. Double points at the end. It's going to be a fantastic format. We've seen it in action in the semi-finals that you can watch on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and on the Twitch TV. But also, of course, it's going to be very different as well, Emma. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it changes because we had hundreds of riders in the public qualifiers, hundreds of riders in the semi-finals, and now we're down to 22. And there, for most of the points allocation, 20 are up for grabs. This is going to be a really interesting set of races.
It's going to make it so much closer. It really, really is. And it's going to make it so exciting. It's going to go to the wire, I think, in both the men's and the women's. At the moment on your screen in Category 1, we've got 6 riders leading that race at the moment. Kaminsky, Jones, Osborne, Andreasen, Pedersen and Skierski are the riders there. And there's a bit of a push ongoing at the moment from Ollie Jones on the front. On the right-hand side of your screen, well, about 2.7 kilometres up the road, is the lead in the Category 2 race. They're on the rollers, the Alphaquar Hills. It's not a section in this race today, but it is indeed, well, it's part of the parkour, but it is not a climb section, which we see it on some of the other courses. Milostic, Berlin, Power, X100, Newquay, Fell, Mare, Lewis, Cairn, all in the mix here. Look at the size of that Category 2 pack. We said it was big, 45 riders at last count. After these rollers, they transition towards the Newtown sprint checkpoint. That doesn't come till the 44.8 kilometre marker. 10.5k down the road, this group have still got to race before they get to the next checkpoint.
And right in this group, Ivan Newquay in person on your screens on the left-hand side of your screen. Somebody we had the pleasure of meeting last year at the World Championships. If you're going down to watch the World Championships in Abu Dhabi, get yourself to Hidaria Island. Get yourself to the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club. You can pick up a coffee in there.
Oh, Ivan Newquay will be in the arena, I can guarantee it.
Ivan is bound to be in the arena, I'm sure, watching the race in action. But get yourself down and get out on a ride. There's some fantastic facilities in the UAE. I mean, they're absolutely unmatched, I think, anywhere, from the tracks, the trails, the cycle. I don't want to call them a cycle path. They're cycle roads. They're dedicated for cycling all around the nation as well. It's not just Hidaria Island. It's not just Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. It's all the way across from Al Ain through the courses out and all the way out and round. I mean, kilometre after kilometre, you can ride to your heart's content out there. So do pick up a bike. There's loads of bike hire places available. Wolf is supporting a lot of the shops, and I know Wolfies have been subject. They actually had a fire.
I know, I saw that.
So I'm hoping, guys, A, that you're all right, and B, that you get everything sorted quickly. Our thoughts are with you guys. So I know it's going to be it's not the ideal time any time of the year, but having that now definitely tough. But I'm sure they're back in action pretty quickly. As we dive into the action Category 3, I have a shoe at the moment making the most of this run across towards our final climb.
Yes, they're at the 41.2 kilometre marker. And when I say they are, I mean the Category 3 pack, to which Ivo Sur is part of. They've caught a significant group of Category 4 riders as well. They are making their way towards the Newtown sprint checkpoint. Category 5 leaders and Category 6 leaders have already gone through that checkpoint. But Sur, part and parcel of the pack in Category 3, leading the way.
And at that checkpoint, that Newtown sprint checkpoint, Burma taking that checkpoint from Jonathan Cridlin and Daniel Thiem in Category 5. That is our third and final checkpoint in that
sprint
Category
competition.
5 sprint competition. So the runners will be confirming that. Michael Kozel ahead of Ola Warren and Joshua Kalinga. They were your top three in Category 6 going through.
They were indeed. And that Category 6 race, one leader, 18 chasers. The Category 5 race at that point, one leader, 22 chasers. So I think Category 6 lead group will be around 19. Category 5 lead group should be around 23. The Category 3 lead group that Ivo Sur is part of, well, it's big as well. And we're seeing big groups coming into the base of that heritage climb today, I think.
And there's a lot of riders from other categories mixed in together as well. So where the riders are being caught, so we saw their Category 4 riders being caught by Category 3 and so on the way through. Riders able to draft. So if you are new to cycling esports, if maybe you're watching this in the run-up to the World Championships, thinking, oh, better have a little look at what's going on. Each rider is represented by an avatar on your screens. Each of those riders, and we're watching Ola Warren here, puts their power down on their turbo trainer. That then goes through, measured, and then is compared to their height and their weight. That is verified and checked to give a figure that gives them the dynamics to move forward in the game and their position in the race overall. It takes some power that's being put down by a Mr. X100, over 400 watts at the moment, and that translates currently to a speed of about 43 kilometers an hour in that polka dot skin suit, being chased by Phil Graves, a man who spent plenty of time on the platform and knows it inside out. And you can see the watts at the top of your screen, currently in green for Phil Graves as he sits in the middle of that pack. Each of our riders racing in a race category. Category 6 is standard category, Category 1 the highest race category, containing many of those contenders in the World Championships that are coming up next weekend. This is a scratch race, so basically it's all about being first over the finishing line. Your position at the finishing line gives you those positions. There are subcategories and sub-races going on in between, and that is for the sprint and the climb competition. Sprint leader and winner will be taking away a green jersey. Sprint contested 3 sprints today, 2 climbs today, with the final climb finishing 500 meters before the finishing line. And that sprint competition also being points based, as is the sprints and climbs, basically to give us the overall winners. When we go to the World Championships, it's going to be slightly different if you're watching that. As we've said, a points-based race with 3 different stages, each of the stages designed to suit a different type of rider. And we're going to see exactly who can come out on top. I think, Emma, for me, I've got a whole list of names, and it's basically the entire race field in both, that could be, well, it is, that in the men's and women's races, who could be up there challenging for a medal of some colour.
Do you know what? You're going to have to tune in on Saturday to find out my view.
You are, that's going to be very interesting. And indeed, we're going to be putting words to all of the race action. We'll be seeing those riders in. I hope we'll see Johannes Kidding tuning in and watching the action. Great to get the view in. That Swedish jersey just in the background there behind. Some very nice time trial bikes in the background as well. Loving the disc wheel as well. I'm pretty sure it's a Colnago in the background. We'll have a different look. And Johannes, am I right in thinking, Emma, he's not bad in Sweden?
No, he's the national cycling esports champion.
That would be why I think he ain't bad. Yeah. Thank you very much. Emma, of course, keeping up with all of our riders. Don't forget, if you are new, get in touch with us. If you've maybe not been on our screens before, get in touch with us. It's really easy to do. You can get in touch with Emma. It's at biking_Emma on Instagram. You can get hold of me. It's at MattFixerPain on Instagram. Make sure whilst you're online on Instagram, you follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh and get in touch with us. We'd love to know what you're getting up to, what you've been doing.
Well, at the moment, what we're doing with Category 3 is we're pushing and driving to the final sprint checkpoint of the day. It's just around the left-hand corner, and Nicolas Fournier now starting to move in that green skin suit. He's got Jesse Langevin up the road, but the push is is on. He's not going to close it down, I don't think. I think Fournier's left it too late to take the maximum points, but he doesn't need the maximum points. He just needs enough to stay in green and take the competition overall. The question, has he done enough? The answer, yes, he has.
Well, Langevin won the face rock sprint on the way through. The Siamese rock sprint was taken by Fournier, and Langevin was in third place. The face rock sprint, it was Langevin taking it from Fournier. So by my reckoning, it's going to come down to 1 point separated those runs. That's how competitive it is. And that's the great thing about the sprint competitions and the climb competitions, because they give this extra dynamic. And of course, it shakes up the racing, because when these riders are accelerating for the sprints, everybody else has to respond as well, because you get left behind. You know, everybody's battling it out. You've got to be in contention.
Well, talking about being in contention, there are 34 Category 3 riders in that leading group. And as you can see, there's a whole host of red jerseys as well, because they have swept up a significant number of Category 4 riders as well. The Category 4 race field, however, have already gone through this point, and they went through it some time ago. That's a big group as well in Category 4 who are in contention at the front of the race.
So let's see who's going to take that away at the moment. Well, Libera, the rider on the right-hand side of your screen, ahead of Graziani and Dalkis, the Rossoli at the moment, still chasing as well at the 47.3 kilometre marker. But interesting to see that we've got Ricardo Pinto just in with Lepera at the moment as they push on here, coming around this turn.
Nice move.
Yeah, good way. You know, you get onto the riders in Category 4. If you're a Category 5 rider, make sure to try and hold those wheels as long as you can. But good move here by Lepera. Very interesting. You can see the gap here.
Yeah.
It's less than 200 meters, but every meter can count, and we're not long until we hit that climb.
No, there's 26 riders in that chase group in Category 4 behind. Paolo Kirchner is in there. He, for me, is one to watch. Fenderich is there. Pony is there. Solly is there. You know, there are some really strong riders in there. They, too, are sweeping up riders on the road. There's Category 5 and Category 6 riders in that group, swelling the ranks. Very shortly, they are going to come to the base of the final climb today in about 1,500 metres' time. And I think that's when I know that's when you're going to see the Category 5 riders leaving those. Right, I'm going to start that again.
Just start again. Go
on. That's when you're going to see the Category 4 leaders leave the Category 5 and 6 riders behind.
Yes. Basically, once we go on to the climb, the better power to weight ratio of the Category 4 riders is likely to mean that they can climb clear, although a good climber in a lower category will far outclimb a bad climber in a higher category.
Fair play.
Well, you know, we'll see Matthias Ribchen, the rider at the moment in the pack. Good to jump in with Matthias as at the moment just tapping away. You can just see the back wheel that would be in the bike normally just behind him as he's sat on that turbo trainer, just ticking that rhythm out. And good to see he's looking very comfortable, very, very much in control here.
Yeah, and I think he's one of those riders looking forward to that final climb today.
Now, just diving in with one of our regular riders at the 50.6 kilometre marker. So basically onto the climb. Bu Amer, the moment in action in Category 5. Bilmer, really strong rider, real character as well. Because we've been lucky enough to have a view into his pain cave on a number of occasions.
So far clear of the group.
He's clear of the group behind at the moment and really working well. I'm just, it's a bold move. I'm not saying he can't make it, but it's still a bold move.
Yes, but not a bad move. Fortune favours a brave rider, and Bu Amer, definitely a brave rider. Did you know he's only had one win on the Sunday Race Club out of 53 participations?
Absolutely no way. Can't
yes way.
No way, dude.
Yes way. That is exactly what has happened, and it is going to be really, really interesting to see how he goes today. He was, of course, with us in a number of different categories. He's raced Category 4 and he's raced Category 5. Let's not forget Category 5 came into play this year with 53 participations. He's been racing over a year. If he raced every single Sunday.
If they were, yes. If they're all put together in one long line.
Yes.
Yes, it's quite a lot of time in your life to be with us. Thank you very much, Boo, and everybody who goes and puts themselves on the bike for us to put words to the action to each and every week on the Sunday Race Club. We're here. It doesn't matter what happens. We are here one way or another, bringing you the race action. The amazing team behind the scenes doing a brilliant job. Got to say a massive thank you to the production team for bringing us the action across all 6 race categories. Not just 4 categories, not just 3. We've got 6 race categories. We've got some real a real strength in depth riders like Maciej Mendakowicz, who are going to spring away at any moment, put in a breakaway, maybe try and go clear. You've got Phil Graves there, you've got Peter Trzynski in with him. You know, you can't take your eyes off, well, for them, 6 categories at any second, because you've got so many aggressive riders, so many riders who could just try something different.
Well, take a look at the power coming out behind. David Nitko just going at 11 watts per kilo to try and close the gap down, because Mendakowicz, Grave and Trzynski are on the front at the moment, pushing on at the 43.6 kilometre marker. They are coming towards the final sprint checkpoint, the new town sprint checkpoint. It's the final one of the race today. Well, after that, it's not far. It's, what is it? It's about 4.5 kilometres to the base of the final climb, where the strength and depth in this category 2 race field are really going to be tested. Those riders who are trying to get rid, are trying to hurt the climbers' legs before we get there. Graves, Mendakowicz, Guerra, SS, Betty, Nitko, Van Urk, Ibrahim, Nuki, Gonda, Miller, all at the front of this category 2 pack at the moment, and all of those could well be in contention towards the top of the climb as well.
This climb is not a very straightforward climb, though, is it?
No,
and this is one of the things for me.
Really technical.
So technical when it comes to climbing is changes in gradient, changes in pace. Now, Arnie Jacobs, we saw earlier on, said that he needed to go through with the leading group, sit in there, get through the last of those checkpoints to then get himself into the climb. He's gone for this final checkpoint at the moment. He's ahead of Martin Omdahl. Omdahl took the last sprint win, and at the moment he's wearing the green skin suit. He's coming onto the heels here at the moment of Jacobs. And look at this, Rick Van Urk has gone over the top. Van Urk has taken Omdahl in the sprint. We're going to just let the computer do a little bit of thinking as we confirm. I don't want to preempt this, but Omdahl should
take the sprint competition. But Van Urk takes the final checkpoint.
Yeah, Van Urk taking that final checkpoint in that sprint. Omdahl taking the sprint competition. Missed X100, the rider in the climbs jersey, just making sure he's in position and then thinking about, well, can I make this along? We know he loves a long, long effort to the finish. From this sprint checkpoint to our finish of the next climb checkpoint is 9.7 kilometres.
Yeah, but what he also likes to do, X100, what he also likes to do is go early before a climb.
And make it long.
And make it long, because, you know, he is a strong, consistent climber, but he's not necessarily the best climber in the race field. So he tactically thinks, how am I going to win this? Well, let me get a gap before we go into the climb, and then I give myself some sliding room.
Because for me, he's got a top speed, a top power. He knows when he goes too far, he'll go in the red, and then he's in trouble. A pure climber has just that little bit more on the climb, so he needs to make it hard early on. Get some sliding room, so he's got an advantage when he goes onto the climb, or take away a group, which then means the climbers have to chase on the flatter sections, which makes their life difficult, or he just goes and does the best he can, but he can't go over that limit. And I think that, for me, is why we see a number of riders, and he's a great example of that, going hard and making it hard early on, and which is what creates such great racing, because riders have to, and I've said this a lot in the women's race early on, you race to your strengths, and that is absolutely key.
Well, I'm loving this, because Olivier Simmons from Category 2 is in with the leading group in Category 1. We've got 6 riders leading in Category 1 at the moment. Kaminsky, Jones.
This mix of Category 2 riders in the Lassie panel. Hansen just into the mix, and really interesting. I think Olivier Simmons, no real surprises to see him making sure he doesn't lose those wheels at all as they go through. Just taking a drop in with our riders, Mikhail Kaminsky, Ollie Jones, and Pavel Skierski. And when we talk about riders racing to your strengths, World Championships courses suit these 3 riders. The format of the racing means that these 3 maybe can spring a surprise on our current world champ.
Well, I think you're also going to see them ride strong and ride hard today, but Noel Pedersen is going for that green skin suit. Pavel Skierski, who's wearing it at the moment, doesn't want to hand it over. They've got around 800 metres until the banner. It's a long run and a big push, and Skierski now trying to modulate the pace and manage the effort, because he knows if he's going to need to kick, he's going to need to kick later. With 600 metres still to go. Now Osborne, look at that, 11.7 watts per kilo from Osborne, 12 from Pedersen. Skierski now tries to respond. Kaminsky and Jones behind, watching the move and covering it, but not kicking full out sprint at the moment. It's a long run, and we've got Kaminsky, Jones and Skierski on the screen. Skierski now goes nearly 14 watts per kilo. This is his push to keep that green skin suit and win the sprint competition. Going to go over the top of Jason Osborne and Pedersen, but the banner's not there yet.
He's got to get round this corner, and this is a big push. He's putting the effort under the banner. He goes. Job done for Pavel Skierski. Sprint training done for Sunday Race Club. He's now got to do some climb training onto the climb. Skierski, Pedersen, Osborne, your first three riders in through the Newtown checkpoint. You see here the leaders in each of our sprint competitions as they came through, taking that final sprint checkpoint, but not necessarily taking the overall. Rick van Erck, as we saw earlier, taking category 2, but not taking the overall win. Jesse Langeveen taking that third checkpoint, the Newtown sprint checkpoint in category 3. Then we've got Machusa Ribjan taking category 4. All of those results and all of the positions at all of our sprints, as well as the sprint and King of the Mountains competitions, all available live. And of course, afterwards, remember, wait for that blue stamp of approval if you want the official results, because all the riders need to be verified before that is applied.
Well, X100, we saw him push away after that sprint in category 2, and 17 seconds now, the gap back to Graves, Danny's, Nico, Guerra and Nuki. Joel Lewis et al. There were 45 riders in that group before X100 went clear. So it's still a big group, though, I can tell you from the look on the screen that and maybe a number of riders dropped off the back. It's still a big group, though, and we're going to see when we go into that heritage climb whether it stays together. There's a bit of alliteration there.
There was indeed. Well, shall we leave the alliteration to one side and look at the illumination of our race route by our riders?
Well, category 5 on your screen at the moment, about to take the catch to the back of the leaders in category 6. They're at the 53.6 kilometre marker. Just to remind you, this is a 55 kilometre race. So 1 kilometre, 350 metres to go at the moment. From 4, should I say, Diego Roncasio at the moment, who's leading the category 5 race. Look at the chase behind, though. He has not broken the group. It is fractions of a second at the moment. It is 4 seconds back to Sishanu, Wang, Chubb, all in that group, and they are climbing and climbing strongly. 4 riders now ahead of Roncasio in that category 6 race. Bachowski leading that down the road.
So our riders out and on to the climb. You can just see the leaders in category 6 still ahead here, Emma, of category 5's Roncasio. He's absolutely flying, though, and Bachowski really now, I mean, he's clear by 16 seconds. Can he hold this to the top? Can he stay clear of everybody?
Bachowski is a strong climber in category 6. 1 kilometre to go. I think it's very unlikely that a Truba, Silva or Warren could make the catch.
But look at the speed that Roncasio's doing up here. I mean, he's just flown past, and you see the response by a Truba here, trying to close the gap down here. Bachowski leading in category 6, Roncasio in category 5. The chasers behind all are trying to keep that gap down to a minimum. 54 kilometres covered at the moment. The checkpoint for the climb competition at 54.5k. Then a further 500 metres to the 55 kilometre marker for our race finish here on Qualifier. Race number 2.
Here comes Wang. Zenkun Wang now starting to move, the rider from China, closing the gap down to Roncasio. We said he was in the polka dot skin suit, and we did wonder as to whether he would really come to the fore on this climb as well. You can see how hard Zhenkun Wang is working at the moment in the pain cave at the moment, and pushing on strongly. He's coming onto the wheel of Diego Roncancio, the leader of the Category 5 race. One more dig should do it. Oh, it is such battling work out there in Category 5 at the moment. Got 800 meters to go.
They have now. The previous climb, Wang took that polka dot skin suit from Mattila, Womack, Roncancio, and Ana Lucia, and that means that Wang just needs to sit on the heels. He doesn't need to overtake Roncancio in terms of the overall climb competition. However, he will be also thinking about that overall. He'll also be looking at the points as we see the first riders go underneath the polka dot banner on the right-hand side of your screen. Bachowski, he takes away the climb competition in Category 6. He's leading on the road with less than 500 meters to go to the finish. Wang is looking to do the same here. Roncancio is challenging, but Wang is going to take away the checkpoint and the climb competition overall, but he has a much tougher job now in terms of taking the race win overall. Bachowski, though, right-hand side of his screen, leading up the 54.6 kilometer marker, less than 400 meters to go to the finish for the leading rider on our race route today.
Yeah, Sebastian Bachowski in Category 6. He's wearing that polka dot skin suit. When he goes around that left-hand corner, he will see the UCI banner that is the finish line. The first rider today to get there. The chase, however, on the left-hand side of your screen, not much further behind, is the Category 5 race. Roncancio, Mattila, Alalusa, Wang, Horn, all in there. You can see them. That is going to come right down to the wire. But Sebastian Bachowski, he's got 150 meters to go. He's going to look up very shortly and see that finish line. He's ridden clear of the rest of the Category 6 race on the final climb today. He has climbed to perfection, and in that polka dot skin suit takes the win in Category 6 today. So Bachowski takes the win in Category 6. Alalusa now comes to the 4 in Category 5. He's gone over the top of Roncancio, Mattila and Horn. Panu Alalusa has timed it to perfection in Category 5 and takes the win today from Roncancio and Mattila. Jeremy Horn will take 4th place.
So 4th place coming in and through. They're just ahead. Horn taking 4th. Tiziano taking 5th. Chubb coming through behind him. Wang battling his way through. Takes away that skin suit for the polka dot as the climbs winner. And Cridlin taking the sprint win in Category 5. Category 6, Bachowski going over the line ahead of Mikkel Kozel, with Bruno Silva in 3rd and Peter Truba in 4th place. 5th place is going to be Patero as they come in over the line. Those are the first 2 categories home. That's Category 6 and Category 5. Category 4, they're pretty close as well.
And so at Category 3 have just got 1 kilometer to go. They're on the left-hand side of your screen. But the first riders who are going to see the finish line is going to be Category 4. And Antti Ponni and Raw Solly are battling it out side by side at the moment, but they're only 2 seconds ahead of the chase. Brambati is in the chase. Fijo is in the chase. Piera and Swuza all in that group behind. So the Category 4 race, as they go underneath the polka dot banner, they've got 500 meters to go. Category 3 race, not much further behind.
And Antti Ponni, the rider who will be pulling on that skin suit in the polka dot competition for the climbs winner, taking away the climbs win, not taking the actual segment, the final segment, but taking away the overall, and that's a prize for the climber overall. Left-hand side of your screen, Category 3 rider Nicholas Trujillo really nailing this at the moment, trying to break clear of Graziani, Stedman and co. We can see at the moment. Category 4 really racing hard here.
Yeah, Bernardo Souza coming over the top of the riders who'd picked up those checkpoint points. But Souza now really driving for the finish line with 200 meters to go. Slabluk is there, but that's the Category 6 rider with Gosler that they're coming past. Filo, Piera and Solly now 4, 5, 6 seconds back because Bernardo Souza has done the business here. He's going to come around the corner and he's going to see that banner with a 3-second gap behind. I'm not sure anybody's got enough road to chase him down. Bernardo Souza takes the win in Category 4. Great timing. Well, Philo comes through across the line for second. Pierre for third. Solly for fourth in that Category 4 race. As we jump in with the Category 3 race, and at the moment, Gal Yazbek is the rider who's driving towards the line. Trujillo, Stedman, Torres, Conda, Van Veligem behind. So is Lynn. But they are some way behind now. Yazbek, he's doing the business now and driving towards the line. And it really is a case of not necessarily the rider going underneath the polka dot banner at the top of the Heritage Climb checkpoint, taking the win today. Picking up the points in the climbing checkpoint, not the same as taking the win, and different riders with different targets. But at the moment, it's Gal Yazbek in Category 3 who's targeted the win today. It's going to come around the corner, see the UCI banner, and Yazbek, well, Torres may be fighting Stedman behind, but Yazbek over the line in 1. Yazbek, Category 3. So Torres, Stedman, Trujillo, Van Veligem all battling it out for second, third and fourth. No, Torres is going to come over the line in 1. Nicholas Trujillo, I think, is going to take, well, second in the sprint, but third overall. So Yazbek in 1, Torres in 2, Trujillo in 3. Category 3 top steps.
The podium riders there ahead of Maximilian Stedman in Category 3 in 4th place. And then it's going to be GoTX coming through in a real battle with Van Veligem and Yulin, but Quiros taking that last step in the top 5. The results all available on mywhoosh.com/results as we go in with Category 2 and Category 1 race leaders at the moment.
Yeah, we have indeed. And on the left-hand side of your screen on the Heritage Climb, Jason Osborne has broken clear of the group of 6. Pavel Skierski, the only rider to be close to the wheel at 6 seconds. A little bit further back, 4 or 5 seconds behind Skierski, is Kaminski and Andreasen. The battle is on in that group for the win, but Osborne just now showing his dominance on the climb. On the right-hand side of your screen, X100 is around 12 seconds ahead of the chase group behind Power, SS, Nuki, Guerra, all in the mix.
So the battle now all about who can take away the top spot in the climbs, who can take away top spot in the overall race, take away those top 10 positions. Do keep your comments coming if you are on the YouTube channel, on the live chat. We don't always respond to all of those, but we do read them all on the way through. So do please keep putting those down if you want to get in touch mid-show. Don't forget, of course, you can get in touch with them at biking_Emma and myself at Matt Fix a Paint on Instagram. Follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on Instagram and Facebook as well whilst you're online. And don't forget, get on board, come and race on MyWhoosh. We'd love to see you in race action. Can you emulate the rides of these riders on the Sunday Race Club? You won't know if you don't try.
Well, it's less than 100 metres separating the leader in Category 2 from the chase pack. And the chase pack on the right-hand side of your screen, still of a good size. Look at that. SS, Guerra, Keeling, Bengston, Godzari, Power, Bert Kane is in there. Ivan Nuki is in there. Khan Kane just dropped off the back of that chase group now. But X100 is the rider on the left-hand side of your screen with 1.4 kilometres still to go. It's still a long distance. The question is, can anybody in that chase group do anything about it?
They could, but they've got to be careful. 16 seconds the gap at the moment from the chase group to Mr. X100. Go too hard in the chase will leave you nothing for the finale. Go too easy in the chase and you're not going to get yourself into position in the finale, and that is going to be key. Make sure that you've got position, that you're in contention without spending too much energy. And that's a real dilemma for that big group in Category 2 because it's a big group. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen, Paul Skierski has gone clear of Niall Pedersen by some 14 seconds. He's got Osborne at 17 seconds in front. We have got 2 riders clear in Category 1. They're on the left-hand side of your screen. Skierski wearing the green skin suit as the sprint's winner. Osborne leading the climb competition and ahead on the climb. So looking, I think, to take away that climb competition overall. They've got the gap on everybody else, behind Andreasen, Pedersen, Kaminsky, Jones, Vujasin, a real who's who of cycling esports at the moment, giving best to Skierski and Osborne in Category 1. Category 2, right-hand side of your screen, just in with Khan Kayan in this big group of chasers.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because Peter Milostic and Nathan Guerra have come to the front of the chase group. That is dangerous because Milostic, we know what he can do on the final stages of a climb, and he can really close down gaps. And this is his party. He really loves this type of finale. But X100, is the gap too far? That is a really good question. Ivan Nuki, Nathan Guerra, Khan Kayan, Maciej Mendakowicz, and Johannes Keeling on your screens at the moment, all part and parcel of this pack. The chase group, they've got 800 meters to the finish. They've got X100 up the road, but they've got him in their sights at the moment. Is X100 going to run out of road? Is the group going to be able to make the catch? It's 10 seconds at the moment. X100 could well do this. Milostic still driving on the front. SS now comes to the fore and comes off at the power, but Josh Power now picks it up at 7.5 watts per kilo. Khan Kayan, Ivan Nuki, Peter Milostic all on the front of the group on the right-hand side of your screen. X100 on the left side of your screen, still tapping a really strong power as he heads towards the finish line. He goes underneath the climb banner. That will secure him the climbing competition today.
And that is going to be his 11th King of the Mountains jersey win in the overall for Mr. X100. He's taken 7 first places, 7 second places, 10 third places. He's ridden 187 Sunday race clubs already. This is 188. And at the moment, Mr. X100 back on form, on fire, the MyWhoosh champion in the stage race this summer in Category 2, looking good.
Well, I tell you, the power is being picked up from the group behind. You can see them now coming like an express train. Nathan Guerra's on the front, drilling it at 10.5 watts per kilo, drops to 9, picks it back up to 10. He's trying to close that gap down because the gap is now at 3 seconds. The finish line is around 200 meters. They're going to come round the corner. Can Nathan Guerra do this today? Can X100 hold on? What's SS and Bankston got? Guerra came second last week. Can he make the top step today? He's going to give it absolutely everything. He swings around. He sees the UCI banner. X100 Bankston don't have anything. It's Nathan Guerra's day today in Category 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Top step for Guerra. X100 comes through, I think, for second place. SS in 3, Bankston in 4, Power in 5. Guerra, well, quite rightly, punches the air.
Yep, Nathan Guerra takes his first victory here in Category 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Second last week, out sprinted this time. He was 2.267 seconds clear of Mr. X100, who came in second. SS, who came in third. Bankston in fourth, Power in fifth. Great move into Category 2 for Josh Power. Meanwhile, heading in towards the polka dot banner, it's the leader of Category 1, Jason Osborne at the moment, who took away the first points, the biggest points, 5 points on the Vessel Rock climb, adds another 5 points to his total. He takes away the maximum score available in the climbs competition. He is ahead of the rider on the right-hand side of your screens, and that is Pavel Skierski. Skierski in the green sprinter's skin suit is clear by what is nearly am I right in saying that? It's over 30 seconds now to Kaminsky, and he's pushing it out towards 45 seconds to riders like Ollie Jones at the moment. Skierski on the right-hand side goes underneath the polka dot banner. He's still chasing the current world champion, Jason Osborne, who is wearing that polka dot skin suit as our winner of the climbs competition here today. On the last run out before the World Championships, Osborne leading, Skierski in second place, and a big gap back to Kaminsky, Andreasen, Pedersen, Jones, and Vujasin.
There is indeed, but Jason Osborne swings around and sees the UCI banner for the Sunday Race Club Category 1 win today. Who will be the defending world champion going into next Saturday's race, but he shows us how it's done today. Pavel Skierski coming up to the same point. He's got around 150 meters to go. He's going to go around the corner and see the UCI banner. He chased hard today, but he couldn't quite stay with Jason Osborne. You can see how hard Skierski is working today as he comes across the line. It's going to be for second place in Category 1 today. Mikhail Kaminski's gone clear of Pedersen behind as well. Kaminski really coming into some absolutely superb form at the moment, and just showing us what he can do over the last couple of weeks. But he's climbing and climbing really strongly, as well as sprinting really strongly that we saw last week. Mikhail Kaminski on your screen, the fans blowing and blowing strongly. You can see Pedersen and Andreasen in the background.
And Michael Kaminski smiling as well. We saw his delight last week when he came over the finishing line, knowing that it was all coming good at the right time here on a course that has got a very different profile of different length, and maybe one which doesn't suit Kaminski and Skiski as well. Mikhail Kaminski is going to take a podium place. He's going to be third place.
It is indeed. So Kaminski comes along the line for third today. One storming ride from Mikhail Kaminski. Noel Pedersen, another fabulous ride today for him. Really, again, another rider coming into some superb form. Andreasen and Vujasin are behind, but Vujasin and Tugels, the riders here. Lionel Vujasin up and out and sprinting hard to take Leonard Tugels right on the line. And Josh Harris coming through not far behind either.
So Osborne coming through in 1, Skiski in 2, Kaminski in 3, Pedersen in 4, Andreasen in 5, 6th place Lionel Vujasin, a 7th place for Leonard Tugels, 8th place for Joshua Harris, 9th place for Said Safrazadi. Just waiting for the screens to update. A 10th for Ollie Jones in the overall in Category 1. Category 2 being won by Nathan Guerra from Mr. X100 from SS, Angus Benston, Josh Power and co. A real battle at the front of all of our race categories from Category 6 to Category 1. And some interesting results as we run on forwards. So in terms of Sunday Race Club, Qualifier Race 2 is done in the women's and the men's race. A number of riders already getting the 2 qualifying rides in so that they are eligible for the team competition at the end of the month. We will be back with Sunday Race Club next Sunday.
Yes.
No matter what happens in between, we will be here next Sunday for qualifying number 3. Don't forget, though, to make sure that you get your diary set. Make sure that you are, if you can, in person down at the arena to watch the Cycling Esports World Championships in action, powered by MyWhoosh, with the best 22 men and women on the stage. We've seen many of them in action here today. Can anybody on Saturday depose the current world champions, Kate McCarthy and Jason Osborne, who'll be defending their title on stage live in person? If you can't watch in person, you can watch on MyWhoosh on YouTube and on Twitch TV. Please make sure you subscribe and get notified when we go live with that.
I am going to be glued to both races.
You have no choice. You're going to be putting words to the action alongside myself, Matt Payne, Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, putting words to the race action in the World Championships. Make sure that you are there for that. Follow Emma at biking_Emma. You can follow me at Matt Fixer Payne. And don't forget to follow MyWhoosh. It's at MyWhoosh on Instagram and Facebook and at my_whoosh on X. Download the app on Android, iOS, and on Windows, and get on board and ride. Come and join the community that's ever growing. And don't forget, of course, Saturday, the place to be is Abu Dhabi for the World Championships. If you can't make it, well, we will be bringing you that race action. You'll have to wait to find out, as will we, who will be our world champions for 2025. I hope you'll join us and all of the amazing team behind the scenes here at Sunday Race Club who'll be helping make the race action when we go to those world championships. And then on Sunday, as if there's not enough racing, catch us for Sunday Race Club. But from me, from Emma, and from all the team behind the scenes who make it all happen, enjoy your riding, stay safe. We will see you. Be there or be square on Saturday. Until then,
goodbye.